Are you tired of the same old pro wrestling? Then check out the amazing action on Powerslam.tv, the biggest indie pro wrestling channel in the world. Get over 4,000 hours of the best pro wrestling events from over 110 of the biggest names in the industry from over 15 countries around the globe. Get your free trial today at Powerslam.tv.
This is Jordan Grace, and you're listening to the Social Suplex Podcast Network.
BWB, this is One Nation Radio. You better get it right. Rich Latta, James Boyd came to give them life. The Blackest Wrestling Podcast has come to kick all ass and drop it 6 feet if they kicking trash. Word, let me welcome y'all to something different. And if you dig it, man, you should let some friends listen. We be getting it in, that's on the regular, dude. Ravish and flow, but this shit rule. See, James don't rap, so I had to break it down. The whole network, man, we coming for the crown. Raps in the columns, I keep them both covered. Making the beats too, so the listeners can bump it. Hit us with the rating, yeah, I'm saying it's a 5. Before you hit it, talk, bob your head side to side. It's One Nation Radio, and this is the beginning. It's Rich, and I'm here with James. It's time to listen to One Nation.
You got to unleash the power of the pyramid.
This is Mike Sempervive from WrestlingObserver.com. Check me out on Wrestling Observer Live every day. And also check out your boys, Rich and James, on One Nation Radio.
This is Kenny Omega. We're listening to One Nation Radio. Check it out, guys. These guys know what's up. Big Kenny Omega fan. That's all it counts to me. Goodbye and good night. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a special edition of One Nation Radio. This is a 2019 year review for each promotion. We're going to be covering New Japan on this particular episode at the beginning, and on the back end, you'll get our review on Stardom. But right now, I just want to introduce to you guys who we have with us. We have the unofficial third member of One Nation Radio, Jeremy Donovan. What's going on, man?
Nothing much, man. Just chilling. Thanks for having me on.
I appreciate it. You know, Josh can be furious when I say he's third.
Yeah.
And also with us is Rich as usual.
What up, man? It's a color thing, Josh, right?
Oh my God.
BWB.
Oh man, you know he's still upset that he's not in there, and I'm like, dude, you're not in there for perfectly fine reasons. Like, I don't.
Josh knows we love him.
Yeah, but anyway, you know, we're going to start at the top. It's going to be the release first. It's going on first on the Stardom in New Japan side because it is critically the best professional wrestling in the world. We're talking about 2019's New Japan Pro Wrestling. It was a weird changeover, especially beginning of the year because of the departures of people like the Elite and whatnot. But, you know, I felt like the star creation machine just keeps chugging along. It doesn't matter if they lose AJ Styles or Shinsuke Nakamura. They'll just find somebody else, including, even if it takes it, signing someone to a lifetime contract. So, you know, where do you guys want to start off with this, Jeremy, in particular? Where do you want to start with as far as just talking about all the big things that happened in New Japan this year?
Well, since you mentioned a lifetime contract, let's go ahead and talk about that first. You know, at the beginning of the year after Wrestle Kingdom 13, after Kota Ibushi lost to Will Ospreay, he was gone for a little bit and came back and said that he signed a lifetime contract with New Japan. We know there's a lot of questions up in the air whether he was going to, you know, go with Kenny to AEW, if he was going to try and do both or just stay with New Japan. And, you know, one of the big, you know, kind of things that have held Ibushi back this whole time is not having a full-time contract. So they're never able to go all the way with him. So it's kind of a big deal that he, not only does he sign a contract, he says a lifetime contract. We don't know the exact, you know, terms of that.
This is nebulous shit. Like, no one knows what it means. So, like, I make the joke, like, is it the Bret Hart contract? Is it the Magic Johnson contract? Is it the Wayne Gretzky contract? What does this contract mean exactly? Like, I feel like that is one of the best subplots in the entire, like, world of professional wrestling this year. It's like, what exactly is on paper? Is this him just saying this? Who knows?
Yeah. Do you think Ibushi got a lawyer? Like,
hell no.
Gato's like, here's the contract. He just signed it. Didn't even read it.
Signed over his life.
Yes.
Look, all I know is when Kota Ibushi signed that contract, Tetsuya Naito fans were shaking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, I had always thought that the second that he actually signed with New Japan for real, that like, okay, it's game time. Like, we are now on a crash course towards him winning the IWGP title. And like I thought he was like the clear cut favorite to win the G1, and we got there. It started off shaky, but we got there at the end. But I think he had a really good year. But I don't know, man. Like, now with the Naito thing, with the, him getting a what do you call this? Like a fifth chance, a sixth chance, at this thing, like, on the ground domestically, like, it is clearly still Naito. So, like, I'm interested to see, like, our reactions compared to the people that are actually on the ground over there. And, like, I just wonder, like, are we going to come to some medium? Because, like, we talked about it a lot this year, like the Naito stuff, or the Naito, like, his how much more he has in the tank in that sort of situation, and what he puts his body through. Like, I think it's going to make for an interesting thing in the future, because, like, I think Naito's going to win, and, like, I think a lot of us are going to be like, good for him, because he's a top draw, but, like, we're not really concerned about the draw stuff critically, right? So I'm wondering how that's going to go over. Do you think he has enough credibility?
I think he'll be fine, like, match wise as champion. I expect everything at minimum to be good. While I can go without him taking 5 minutes to take his pants off and, everything else that, that starts the front of his matches, and, you never know about the effort levels, like if it's the gimmick or if it's a shoot or whatever, but I think it'll be fine, but I'm not expecting, Okada in 2017.
Right. And I think the thing with Naito, like, his story doesn't need that Okada long title run. Like, the main story here is finally beating Okada in the Tokyo Dome for the IWGP title. I think once that's done, he doesn't even really need a long title run. Like, I think he's probably going to get to at least Dominion with the title. But I mean, after that, I don't think, he can lose a belt and he'll still be fine. He'll still be a top star. He accomplished, beating Okada. They finished that big kind of story arc with him. And then you can go on. And then I think, get your eyes set on Ibushi after that.
Oh, God. We have to go back to this.
I'm not saying Ibushi beats him. I'm just saying you get Ibushi ready to win the title.
Okay.
So maybe Ibushi wins a G1 again, or wins the title down the line somehow, and he's going into Wrestle Kingdom as a champion or the challenger at Wrestle Kingdom. So we'll see what happens.
And I just want to back up. We jumped into the Ibushi thing, but we didn't really talk about, like, Wrestle Kingdom 13, what a big kind of thing that was for New Japan. Like, they sold the dome out for the first time in how long? Like, it was like the pinnacle of everything, from Tanahashi essentially reviving the company at the beginning of this decade, and then right there it was like they made it all the way back or whatever, and they had a lot of different elements in place, and I really loved that show. Like, it's one of the best shows ever.
Yeah, great show, and kind of like a turning point essentially for New Japan. You have Kenny Omega and the Elite leaving the company, and Tanahashi wins the title, and it's just kind of this weird kind of thing where it's like, if Kenny had stayed, he would have probably won, and then we'd be in a whole different spot than we are right now. But he's leaving, Tanahashi wins, and we're just kind of launching into this very successful year. There was multiple sellouts. There was an increased schedule. A lot of the shows were in bigger arenas than they were last year.
Yeah, like, you're absolutely right. And Wrestle Kingdom was a great show. It was one of those shows that goes 4 hours and it still felt too short, right? Because, we got, we got a 12-minute Ishii and Sabre match. We got like a 14-minute or 15-minute, Omega and Jay White match. but
Okada.
at the end, yes, Jay White and Okada, yes. But at the end, when we get that epic match between Kenny and Tanahashi, and you're just like, this pays off what was laid down in the G1. Like, the gunslinger has one last bullet left in the chamber. He's going to ride one more time. I wish it had lasted longer, but, politics, right? Politics as usual. But, I guess moving on from there, like, we talked about Ibushi, we talked about Tanahashi, and I think Tanahashi has a very underrated G1 that should also be mentioned. But, I mean, we move on with the title from there. Like, do we go straight to talking about Jay White as the new, 1 month later, 2 months later, becoming the champion?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, we go to that, So Jay White, he hit the big upset, beats Tanahashi for the title. I believe it was in February.
First, before we go there, the New Japan Cup was after that, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, right. He ended up getting a title shot because he came out and challenged Tanahashi because he's like, I've beaten you before.
Right.
Yes. Okay, so get to that match, and Tanahashi just puts on a clinic of selling, and I don't think I've ever seen somebody sell like the leg better than him. I mean, maybe, Ibushi in the G1 and the first night in Dallas, you were there, but that might have been legit. That might have been a shoot for all we know, right? or at least we're led to believe it was a shoot. But yeah, just the dude put in a classic performance to help get his guy over. Do I think that his shenanigans helped out the story? Not until the end, but you can't say that wasn't a great match. And then we move on forward, and it's, we were thinking like, all right, he's a champion now. He's probably gonna have a short run because of history. That's how it typically goes. But I was interested to see, like, who he was going to take on, after that. Like, I think he took on an anniversary show. He was Ospreay, right?
Right, Will Ospreay. Yeah, the normal anniversary tradition is usually the current junior champ versus the heavyweight champ.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going through in my head, like, well, Jeremy, this is your territory. What were your impressions of the propelment? Yeah, propelment of a propellatory, whatever. The launching of the rocket strap to Jay White at the beginning of the year in the spring.
Yeah, when Jay White first came back from Excursion, like many people, I was very wary about him, especially after that match at Wrestle Kingdom 12. I was like, not sure what Gato, like, I've seen Jay White before Excursion. He was, great in Ring of Honor, but, he's doing a different character, different style. Wasn't really feeling it at first. And I think he spent all of that, 2018 kind of establishing himself, establishing the character, establishing his style. And then 2019, we just kind of saw, like, the kind of crescendo of all the work he's been doing and just kind of what Jay White really is. And I thought, 2019 was a great year for him. And yes, he does have a lot of the shenanigans and the cheating and the interference and all the Bullet Club stuff. But when it comes down to just him wrestling and some of the selling and psychology of his matches, I think he's really excelled and definitely one of the top, guys to have right now.
It's just a different style, like, and it's not like the guys that were in the role before him, like your AJs or your Kennys. And I just think, familiarity is the best asset that White has going for him at this point, because it's not new what he's doing. What he's doing is, these things that are tried and tested that are actually like getting them booed, but at the same time he's figuring it out, slowly but surely, how to have his matches connect a little better, of course. And I said it on the ONR show, like, his 2019 blows his 2018 away. I think he's rounded into maybe a better fitness plan or something like that. But he's like he's super shredded now, and it's like his body is totally transformed, even from 2018. So that's helped him in the ring, I think. And I won't forget, like, being in Madison Square Garden watching him versus Okada. And, I was disappointed we were getting that match because, the rumors, it was like, that was going to be Okada Omega 5. Like, we were going to see that shit in person and whatever. But Jay White came in there that night, and he was no longer a dude that was unconfident. He was no longer a guy that just felt like they were shoving him to be there. It felt like he was there. Like him and Okada had a great match. One of my favorite matches of the year. Spoiler alert. And I'm getting a slightly more of an appreciation for what he's doing. I could go without all the fucking around and cheating, but like, you know, once you get past that, as I mentioned, familiarity, you're more familiar with it. You can, you know, start to draw the lines up wherever, you know. But I'm interested to see. You know, I've always heard people say, yeah, his babyface run is going to be great. I want to see it eventually one day, because he's going to have to do a whole nother style. Because I don't see this as no babyface style.
Right. And, you know, some of his stuff, if you see some of his excursion work in Ring of Honor and like Australia, he was originally out of pro wrestling. He was out there doing Fosbury flops and shooting stars and dives. So I know he has that babyface moveset within him. And so, yeah, that babyface run will be very interesting to see down the line.
Well, my question would be, like, how much weight has he put on since then? Like, has he put on like 20 pounds of muscle and thereby like his knees
I felt like
handle
he's
that
got,
sort of thing?
I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like he used to be bigger and he was like softer then. Now he's like more shredded and like, you know, kind of got like a different pair of legs under him, like for whatever reason.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, at what point do we start talking about the New Japan Cup? I mean, I think they set a great story at the beginning where they, you know, they have Jay White in Bullet Club like lay out all those guys, or lay out Ospreay, and then you have Tanahashi and Okada and basically babyface locker room coming out to, you know, rally around. Sorry, it's Ibushi. I'm thinking. I'm sorry. So, I mean.
Yeah, a new format for it. Like, it was single elimination. It was like 32 guys. They were like, yeah, we got young boys in here. We got juniors in here. And we got top stars.
Yeah, that was a pretty big deal. So yeah, New Japan Cup's always been single elimination, but then they doubled the field from 16 to 32 and gave a lot of guys shots. I mean, you had like guys like Yuji Nagata in there, Chase Owens, you know, Hikuleo, some Shota Umino, a lot of guys that aren't normally in this tournament got a chance to shine. And, you know, with the prize being the winner goes to the Garden to face the IWGP champion, just to kind of raise the stakes of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously the main event, you know, Okada winning, it's I don't know. I love Okada, but I felt like this year, and especially, you know, once we start with like, you know, he gets a huge pop because he pulls off and he has the pants. It's like, yay, we got the same Okada that we've had for like the last, I don't know, 2012, would you say? 2013?
Yeah.
Like we're getting that guy back, even though like when we had him, like we always cheered for the other guy that he was wrestling all the time. So it's kind of weird for me to like, we're at this point to where like, you know, they're happy that they're getting, you know, vintage Okada, to paraphrase Michael Cole, but you know, he's chugging along, but like it felt like, from that point, and then he wins the title back in Madison Square Garden, we're there for it, and you know, we're all loving it. But you know, you kind of feel like, all right, we're still kind of headed towards more of the same. Like, it was interesting. It was interesting to see like the Sonata stuff and the build towards, you know, towards the end of that feud. But I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on now that, you know, we go through that and we talk about Okada? Like, what were your thoughts on his overall year? I mean, am I overstating it? Am I, you know, feeling that it's too much of the same, or am I tripping? Or do you think like, nah, the dude just excellent as always, and like we're just, you know, people get numb to the greatness?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, you look at his cage match, his grapple, all, you know, the Meltzer ratings. It was another great year in-ring wise for Okada, still having great title matches, great main events, great G1s. But like you mentioned, it's just kind of the same old with Okada. It's like same old greatness.
Yeah.
And there wasn't.
And I mentioned it on the I think on the Keepin It Strong Style like award synopsis thing. It was like kind of how I feel about Kenny. It's weird. Like they need like somebody to push them. to it goes beyond their output. Like, there's somebody that needs to like challenge each of them, and unfortunately, they are no longer in the same company to challenge each other. So, like, I feel like the Sonata thing was like them trying to make Okada be a challenge, but nah, Okada's just better than Sonata. Like, I'm sorry, like, so it's not something where you see like Sonata can possibly take the throne like a Kenny thing. So it's like, there's something within, like, Okada's, yes, his star rating is going to be, you know, the same, you know, yes, your 35, 40 recommended matches, but, like, what's with Okada is actually, like, the narrative that's, you know, there. It's like, he needs someone, he's at a prime, like Simmons wrote about stuff like this, like NBA players in their career. You're at the top of your game, you have no one to push you. What's next?
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think, too, with, like, Okada's title run this year, it was, like, a lot of repeat title defenses that we saw in previous years. There wasn't a whole lot of freshness to this. He had like a 4-match series with Sonata, so it's kind of a lot of the same matches and challengers. There wasn't anything new or fresh about the title run or what he was doing this year.
Yeah, like, I mean, to be fair, I absolutely believe, even though he only got the one win in the G1, I absolutely believe that Sonata is in a better place, having come on the back end of this whole run with Okada. But how old is Sonata again?
Sonata's like 30 or 31.
Yeah, I think it's like 31, 32.
Like, it felt so much like this program was like, imagine if Okada had came in after Excursion and Tanahashi just kept beating him. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, like, the story would have been like, oh, he's going to get there eventually. He's going to get him eventually. But then you look at it like, Sonata's never going to get him eventually. They're the same age.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I kind of feel weird about it from that extent. But I just kind of feel like, and as you mentioned, like, it is kind of, you know, samey at the top, because there's been, you know, some churn at the top, but not as much. Like, you know, the top 6 is still like the same, you know, about 4 or 5 of the same guys from even back to almost 2.5 years ago.
Right.
You know how they could, you know, swap that up and
here we go.
And add some, you know, some life, some freshness to the top of this.
Are we talking about, I'm wondering how this is going to go, because I'm thinking you're going to add somebody that's like been in the mid card for years and has fought all these guys too. But go ahead.
Tomohiro Ishii, break the glass.
Okay, well, speaking of Ishii, you know, we're pretty much talking about the New Japan Cup. So, I mean, he had the match with Okada, and, you know, I almost feel like he's in the same place, but the company year after year keeps getting bigger, but he's still in the same place as the quote unquote universe is expanding or the weight of the company is expanding. So it's kind of like, in a way, things are the same, but because the company has grown, it feels like he's kind of, you know, not keeping up with that as far as like the way he's been pushed. So I mean, maybe I'm overstating that, but like, just, you know, you watch his G1, you watch that match with Okada, and you're just like, it's incredible.
Him versus Yuji Nagata,
That's right.
versus Taichi, like the whole New Japan Cup. He was like the MVP, and just. Of course, he's the best guy in the G1, and it's just like, yo.
What do we think? Like, I mean, what do y'all think about, like, what his future?
It has to be because he's old.
Sorry.
It has to be because he's old. That's it. And short, and he's ugly, and, you know, he's of a weird body type. Like, that's
aesthetics in it.
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah.
I think the thing with Ishii, he's just the guy you can always kind of count on. And it's like, all right, we need a challenger for destruction in, you know, Beppu. We'll put Ishii versus Kenny. We need somebody to carry the Never division. We got Ishii. We need somebody that's gonna, you know, tag team with Goto, team with Yoshihashi, team with Toru Yano. We're gonna put Ishii. He's that utility player that can do it all, and they can put him wherever they want. But they're not, for whatever reason, they're not going to put him in that, main event IWGP title picture. Like, he's never going to get a title run.
Right. Never.
No, never.
No. I don't mean he's never going to title run. I mean, like, no. Like, what is his thing? Like, you talk about, like, Cody with singles? Never. With Ishii, it's always, what are you going to do with him? Never. It's always a never title. Always.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the thing, too, it might be with Ishii. Like, I don't know, like, how much of this is, like, kayfabe and his character, but when we were interviewing him in Dallas, he was saying, all I want to do is smash. And so I don't know if it's like for him, like he doesn't care about like getting a top spot. He's like, just put me out there and like let me beat somebody up and I'll be happy. Like I don't want to be champion kind of thing. So
okay. I never really thought of it from that perspective, but I'm like, I mean, you can smash in the main event, my friend.
Yeah, smash way up there. Another guy, of course, I don't know how we've gotten this far on the show and not mention him, and I think this is a great way to roll into Best of Super Juniors. I mean, we can touch on them in Madison Square Garden as well, but Will Ospreay, like the year 2019, like continuing like Okada 2017, Kenny 2018, and just going to a higher level in 2019 with Ospreay. Like this shit that he did this year. Yo, I look, man, like, I never thought
say it.
I never thought, well, say what?
Say it. Say what you about to say. Say it.
Oh, I was going to say, I never thought I'd be like such a big fan of him as like I've become, because like I always like Ricochet more, and I always was like, oh, that's white Ricochet essentially. And, like, and seeing what was happening with Ricochet's career, it's like, wow. Fuck. And then like you see this guy, doing all this stuff, and it's just like, well, I was wrong. He's clearly his own man, and I can't wait to see him as a heavyweight whenever it happens. But this junior shit that he did last year was like, yo, I shouldn't even be here, but what I'm gonna do is I've got my own division, so I got my own set of opponents, and I've got my own set of independent work. So every show, the man's a fucking Iron Man. Like, I ain't never seen no shit like this.
Yeah, Ospreay is incredible, and he, dominated our Keepin It Strong Style award, won Wrestler of the Year, Junior of the Year, Match of the Year, Junior Match of the Year, Gaijin of the Year, the Fighting Spirit Award. He cleaned up this year and just had an incredible year. And just look at all the stuff he's done. He wrestled in multiple divisions. He was wrestling in the heavyweight division for the Never title and in the G1. He was in the junior division in Best of Super Juniors and the Super J Cup, in the junior tag division with Robbie Eagles and the Birds of Prey in the Super Junior Tag League. Like, this guy was literally doing it all. And you look at, the match count, he's had the most, most matches, most, hours logged in the ring, one of the best records overall. Like, this guy's just phenomenal.
He should be in the Double Gold Dash.
I mean, I understand why they decided to do what they did with the Double Gold Dash. But I mean, I think when we get to talking about, forecasting 2020, I think Will Ospreay is going to be talked about a lot. So I mean, go through. I mean, I guess we're gonna get to Best Super Juniors. I mean, what a tournament. I mean, obviously it's not the G1, but still, what a tournament. I think that, I think the two perfect right people end up in the final, and they kept them separate, and we ended up where we ended up. I mean, the story of making Will Ospreay into underdog was like shocking in how well it went over to me. I don't know what your thoughts were at the time were, but I just could not believe that like they had this crowd living and dying with this white man against with this taller white man against Shingo. I mean, this dominant, almost like, to pardon the pun, like Dragonian type of presence of like, you just like, dude's just brutal. He's just brutal and cold, and like he keeps hitting you and he keeps coming, and like, it felt like at times, especially like the show match, you have to stop the match. You need to stop the match. He's going to kill this guy. So I mean, you guys take it from there. Like, those are just my takeaways in the general, but like, I mean, you also have the Ospreay stuff with like Rocky, for example.
Yeah, with Shingo, this is such an excellent job of just building him up, being undefeated and not taking any pinfalls. When he hit that last of the dragon, you knew it was over. Nobody was kicking out. They made him the unstoppable juggernaut monster. And going into that match, I'm like, oh, Shingo, it's going to be a great match, but Shingo's going to beat Ospreay, and Shingo is going to march on. He's going to have a run as a junior champion, and then he's going to eventually drop it to somebody and then transition into heavyweight. Like, that was my thinking. I was like, there's no way Ospreay's beating this guy after the way he's just, just bulldozed through everybody in this tournament and everybody in the junior division. So they did an excellent job setting that up and making Ospreay that Dragon Slayer and the underdog, and just coming back from underneath and just slaying the dragon.
Dragon Slayer. Seth Rollins must be upset.
That's yeah. Me and Rich both picked up. We were like, okay, yeah. Another thing about that story is, I thought all along the whole setup, all of this with Shingo was setting up towards an eventual match with Hiromu, and Hiromu winning back the title. I thought that all of the momentum built up in the tournament, and the whole year leading to him being undefeated in the Best of Super Juniors, I thought that was going to lead to him putting down Ospreay and him moving on and taking Dragon Lee's title and taking it to, the eventual landing spot being against Hiromu, when you get just, unsurmountable giant or unsurmountable monster of this division that's just beating everyone, and he's going to take on the person that ever lost his title, and there's going to be, people are just going to be so fearful of that guy's neck, but we're still going to be just as fearful for that guy's neck because he's in it with Ospreay. So, but yeah, that's what I thought was the direction, but they went somewhere else, and I felt like, it was just as grand as, even my wildest imaginations were. Yeah, so, I mean, speaking of Ospreay, and winning that title, for him to go to Dominion and win the title from Dragon Lee, and I don't know, is that list on your top 10?
Yes.
Rich?
I may have left it off, but it's not far outside of it.
Okay. It's definitely on mine. I you gotta remember, that is the match that made Naito and Ibushi say, hey, let's try to just break each other's necks to try to match it. Let's do that. That's how good that match was. So where do you in the calendar and after Best Super Juniors, where do you want to move on from there?
Well, before we move on from, as far as time wise, one thing I wanted to cover before we move on is Jushin Thunder Liger announcing he's retiring.
Yes.
So he has the junior title match against Taiji Ishimori in March on the anniversary show.
That's right.
Loses that match in a very great match, and then after that has a press conference, says he's going to retire in the Tokyo Dome in 2020, and then we kind of start this, the Liger retirement tour, and he's traveling all across the world in multiple promotions and kind of having his farewell matches with some of the people that were important to his career and some of the people that are kind of the future of wrestling. And so, we got to see Liger wrestle live several times this year and literally be right in front of him in, downtown in New York. So, just pretty great just watching this guy that we saw, in 96, 97 WCW, and just the career that he's had and kind of how it's all ending right now.
Just so beloved. Literally, I always tell the story of my first wrestling show I can really remember having memories of Starrcade 95. The opener, Chris Benoit versus Jushin Thunder Liger. So from the very beginning of my wrestling fandom, I was watching Jushin Thunder Liger. I didn't know he was, in New Japan or anything like that. It was just this is wrestling or whatever. So, of course you learn about, the work that he's did before that. And of course that he went to go on and do after that. And it's just, it sucks anytime you lose a legend, but I mean, dude's old as hell. He's 50 and he's still good or whatever. And then, there was a thing, that famous stat of he was always in the PWI 500, every single year. Did it through fighting. What was it, a brain tumor before?
Yeah, it was a brain tumor back in the 90s.
Come on, man. And then you talk about being the greatest junior heavyweight to ever live. Everyone loves Liger. I don't know anyone that's yeah, man, I really ain't on that Liger shit. I have not met anyone yet.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm trying to, I'm sure maybe not 95 is what I remember, but definitely for sure 96 when, him, Ultimo Dragon, and Ray all come in. Like that's what I mostly remember my childhood of juniors, Eddie, of course, Jericho. It was weird to see this, like, its appreciation. Like, I didn't see most of his best stuff because I, obviously wasn't, I only got to see, him in the cruiserweight division, back then, but just to see the appreciation all throughout the year. It was like, it reminded me kind of like Tim Duncan's retirement year in a way of just like, yeah, he's past his prime or whatever else. Yeah, he's been out in the limelight, but he's been on these cards for a while and kind of a mainstay. And like, I in a weird way, maybe if he had retired like sooner, maybe the fanfare would have been more rabid. But like, I feel like in general amongst the fandom, at least on the Western side, it's kind of like, yeah, I remember that dude win, and that dude's one of the all-time greatest. And it was funny because when they did the Keisha Liger stuff, I finally watched the when he unleashed it on Muta, and like to see that dude once he rips off that mask, and you're just like, oh my god, like even when he had the mask, he was always like a 9 or a 10 for charisma. But like once he takes off the mask and he's like doing like this wounded like cry pant thing, you're just like, yo, this dude was like an 11 with the mask off. Like I mean, obviously he's one of all time greats, but like there was even another level. He was putting restrictions on himself to make it fair for everybody else, right? So yeah, like it's
doing it with the handicap,
right. And then you get to the match with Suzuki. I thought it was a really good match. But yeah, I'm gonna miss that dude as kind of like the comfort of like when in doubt, or you see him on the card and you're never just like, oh, okay, I'm kind of I've seen this before. Like it's just like this familiar face that was always around and always brought you a level of quality. Yeah, so at this point, so I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah, definitely gonna miss Liger. And then moving on into kind of following the calendar year, I think we've got to talk about next kind of two big debuts that we had at the end of May, beginning of June. We had Jon Moxley and Kenta debuting. Moxley debuting at the Best of the Super Junior Finals against Juice Robinson. And then Kenta made his appearance at Dominion, and on Dominion, Moxley also faced Shota Umino, which started their relationship with him and Umino and the whole shooter gimmick.
Yeah, it's funny that like they both landed in New Japan seeking asylum from WWE. Yeah, I mean,
we'll take your tired, we'll take your sick, like we'll take your poor.
Like on this list, you're going to see when I get through, but like just Moxley and Kenta showing up, and obviously Kenta has more heat than anyone in the entire promotion right now. But yeah, that Dallas match. Who do you face in Dominion?
Who?
Kenta. Because I'm blanking on right now.
So in Dallas, he fought Ibushi.
Right. I know that, but who did he face in Dominion?
He didn't have a match at Dominion.
He just showed up.
Yeah, he just cut a promo saying that he was entering the G1.
That's right. Yeah. Because he came out with Shibata. It has led to yeesh. Okay, so yeah, just it's so interesting to see like Moxie show up, and like Juice went out there and risked his ass to get the match over. It was a great match. Which match do you think is better between the Juice and Moxley, or the Juice and Jay White from not Long Beach, but from the Cow Palace last year? Which match do you think was better?
Oh man, that's hard.
Yeah, I think I'll take the Moxley match.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit towards Mox, but I mean that Juice Jay White, that was like Jay White's best match that year, and it was just incredible because everybody just wanted Jay to lose, and everybody was behind Juice. It's just a great moment and a great match. But yeah, this Juice and Moxley match, it was great. It was violent. We saw the Jon Moxley that we should have been seeing for years, and it was just like kind of like just in awe of like what was actually happening. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah, like after that match, you're like, yo, this dude's going to end up on, Brawler of the Year thing in the Observer. Like, you just know he is at this point. Like, he's going to the G1. You start thinking, like, you start connecting the dots. You're like, oh my god, like, Ishii. Like, if Shingo goes, it was Kojima he wrestled, right? To go heavy. Yeah, Kojima. Like, if he gets that match, or, if he goes, like, he can have that match. And you start pointing out, and you're like, you start thinking of all the possibilities after that match. And you're like, we thought high of Moxley. We thought that there was more for him in the ring wise for him to do. But once you see it and you're like, yo, we were wrong. He's even, better than we thought he was. It just moved, changed the game. And I thought, his addition to the G1, like, it's just, it just made it more interesting, like, on a night-to-night basis for me as a person that was familiar with his work compared to watching, the next person in Ring of Honor or that would have been brought in, or one of the old
Yoshihashi
or one of the old timers that do their last run in the G1.
There's nothing like seeing somebody like rewrite the narrative of their career, like within like a match, like or two, like. But I loved Moxley in New Japan this year, and it was like, well, another one that Vince just ain't see for whatever reason. But the rest of us getting to enjoy it.
Right, and the thing too with like Moxley's whole debut, like, so he leaves WWE, and it's like, you don't know what this guy's gonna do. Like, is he like just done with wrestling? Like, is he just gonna hang it up? And then we've been seeing like these Death Rider vignette videos for weeks and weeks on New Japan, and we're like, who is this Death Rider?
What the fuck is this?
Right, is this David Finley's new gimmick?
Oh god!
Are they bringing in Chris Brooks? Like, there's so many rumors of who the Death Rider was actually gonna be, and then finally, when the video was revealed that it was Jon Moxley, like, I was like,
well, how the fuck does this work? Like,
right.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, was you just like, how, we saw him in WWE and you saw like how little of a fuck he gave like the last 2 years, or after he got hurt with the elbow anyway. And you're just like, how is this going to translate? Like, is he going to be okay with, he's the deathmatch guy, but like, those are deathmatch spots as opposed to someone's beating the hell out of you, with stiff shots from time to time, in New Japan. So and then he like a fish, not a fish, like a duck to water. So, but like, move on to the other side of that, like the other person that got freed, Kenta. Dude.
Hey, ho.
I thought that his undefeated streak up into the Okada match was I thought it was brilliant. I really enjoyed like seeing, like, even though people will tell you like that's not fully Kenta, but like, damn, bruh, if that, I don't know what percentage that is, but like, that's a strong ass dose regardless. Like, that dude is clearly, was in a bad way with injuries. There were some concerns because, he kind of was soft, compared to previous years. People think that's because of the lifting, with the shoulder. But when he came out, and he literally like beat the fuck out of Ibushi in Dallas, it's like, that was a sight to behold. He's like,
I'm here now.
Yeah, he's beating up a kickboxer. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
Like,
he's beating the hell out of this dude. For me, yeah, sorry, go ahead. So, y'all thoughts on Kenta and, his entrance all the way through the G1?
Yeah, he made it very clear that Hideo Itami is no more. And just like Jon Moxley, he was kind of coming back to, salvage his legacy and, save his career and, be the wrestler that he thought he should be. And yes, he did have, a lot of bad luck with the injuries and stuff like that. But just like Mox came to New Japan, and yes, it's not, Kenta from like 10 years ago. Obviously, he's aged and it's gone through injuries, but still a great performer, still a great wrestler, and had a great G1, had a lot of hard-hitting matches in that tournament, and just led all the way to the very end with the heel turn.
Like, in Japan, like, guys are heavily tied to the identity of the promotions they wrestle in. Like seeing him come over from Noah, which, he has a literal whole legacy. And then the change of environment and seeing New Japan adapt to how he's being received. And that's all like awesome booking. And, I think he's in a perfect role right now. He can be like the number 2 guy in a unit. And it's like, he's always a tough out. Like if this was a baseball lineup or something, like, all right, it's going to be a real physical match and it ain't going to suck. So,
right, and I think
he's still a ho though. So for turning on my dog Ishii, and my dog will get his smoke eventually.
And with Kenta, like every time I've seen him, like he's always been better off as a heel, just being like this total like dick, like prick character that's just so cocky and arrogant and annoying, and he fits that role perfectly. So I thought the heel turn to Bullet Club was great. And I don't know if that was Gato listening to the crowd or if that was like planned all along, but regardless, like that was a great turn. And now Rich mentioned he's in Bullet Club. It's a great spot for him. Number 2 behind Jay White. Kind of like that guy you get before you get to the big boss and still have, these great matches.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of like that run and up into the Okada match. And I remember like the Tanahashi match was so built. It was like, Tanahashi just so, no, like you're here, but no, like we are not like we are better than you. We are New Japan. Fuck everything that dude ever did.
Nah, ain't no handshakes.
Right, exactly. Right. And then
Tanahashi was right too.
Yes,
saw the character of that man.
Yes. Tanahashi be letting evil lurks. So he me, like, talk about this all the time, like, whether it's the Okada drop kick or it's Tanahashi just, like, deciding, I'm just gonna slap the fire out of somebody, like, and then the match just goes on from there, progresses into, like, these moments of greatness or where the magic happens. When they're having an exchange and, like, Tanahashi goes to hit that big slap and just Kenta just outpaced him and beats him to the punch with that overhand palm strike. Just like, yo, like, what is this? I ain't never seen somebody like normally like I ain't used to the slapper, the all-time greatest slapper of all time getting slapped and knocked on his shit like this. So I just really enjoyed that run at the beginning. Like, I mean, and for me personally, like, I had tailed off like after probably like night 7 the G1, but I ended up catching on the back end. But like that at the beginning, like I thought that the builds on both ends between Kenta on in the A block and on the B block Moxley, I thought like that's how you establish, you bring somebody in and you just have them beat people with credibility then you can have Okada put him away. Then you can have was it Jay White gave Moxley? You
can have Toru Yano beat Jon Moxley. The G1. Just another awesome G1 for Toru Yano, just shocking the world.
You want me to turn this off, don't you? That's what you're asking for. Okay, so I mean, the parallel that we talked about, since we're now in the G1 and we talk about the parallels of the builds at the beginning, we can talk about the run at the end where Naito, like, in ring results and also performance wise, said, oh my god, I am slipping far behind, let me like unfuck myself and like just go on this crazy run. Do you feel like that was actually the story? Okay, do you think that he's such a worker to where like his performance will match like the results of his matches, or do you just think like it just happened to be the right guys at the right time, whether it was Shingo at the end, Ishii at the end, and Moxley, or what do you think?
All his shit was backloaded.
Yeah, I think it was the right guys at the right time. I mean, I feel like Naito, as far as an in-ring performer, has kind of it's not been the same. He's definitely, decreased in ability compared to last 2 years, with injuries. I mean, his knees are all taped up, and having these flat neck bump matches with Ibushi is not helping. And so yeah, he's banged up and he just doesn't move the same way. But that ending stretch, he had all the right guys and the right timing, and maybe him going over helped too, but it was like the perfect storm there at the end for him.
Yeah, like he's definitely like at this point he reminds me of like the 2012, 2013 Dwayne Wade, where he's like, yep, he's gonna pick his spots. And like, you know, he's still great, but it's like,
look, Naito needed load management.
Oh God, yes, Naito does. Look, you say that, and when they start sending some of the A-team guys over for the New Japan of America stuff, watch all that travel and that lack of sleep catch up on that dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's gonna be the IWGP champion probably. Like, that means me picking his spots as the champion, as a top dog, Rich.
Boy. Yeah, look, maybe a half year, like, maybe Kenny had the vision, like, yo, I'm gonna take, like, this half year off, essentially, like, and then I'm gonna come back fresh. Naito, I'm gonna land on my neck, the whole year.
Yeah, you got a point. I mean, are there any other, well, I mean, since we're in G1, we talk about the A block at the beginning, it's just like,
them going to Dallas and
yeah, but like once we get back to Japan, like every other day, it's like Ibushi versus Okada versus Ospreay versus Ibushi. I forgot what order it is, but it was like back to back to back nights. It's like, yo, this is wild. We're just getting runs of 3-star caliber 5-star caliber matches. At the beginning was really hard. And then you had people just like delivering in ways you didn't expect. Like, I think
Lance Archer.
That's exactly where I was going. I never, Ospreay and Archer, that started it off for us, right? That's just, and that was in Dallas.
Right.
That was like some modern, like Shawn Michaels versus Big Daddy Cool Diesel, but like way more athletic on both sides.
Right.
Type shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. With Lance Archer, it was one of those things, he was in a tag team with Davey Boy Smith Jr., Kill E Squad. Davey Boy was not happy with his spot in New Japan, leaves, goes to MLW, and that leaves door open for Archer to, get this big singles run, and he took the
Before you move on, is there like a more ill-advised career move? Like, I'm gonna leave New Japan Pro Wrestling and go wrestle for MLW where their contracts are written in crayon. Like, what?
I wonder why
someone needs to explore this.
Why hasn't AEW tried to go get Davey Boy?
Oh no. I think there's a lot of like stuff we don't like know. Like I remember once I heard about like him like getting a fight with Jake Roberts or something like at WrestleCon, and yeah, he's probably got some stuff.
But I think he's one of their guys that's actually under an exclusive MLW contract.
Oh man, yeah. In that case.
So what do you think they give him extra? What, like $50 a month? What do you think?
He gets to be on YouTube just a little bit more.
I'm gonna stop.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, back to Archer. So Archer, gets that big singles chance, takes the ball and runs with it opening night in Dallas in his home state, and just has this awesome match with Will Ospreay and rope walking and just being a monster and being super athletic all at the same time. It was awesome.
Well, you ain't never seen no big man out of Texas like this.
God damn it!
Eat your heart out, Undertaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the Lance Archer, Tope con Hilo, but okay, all right. So I just thought about this as you talked about, he leaves and then Archer gets this push to the G1, and he was doing a lot of, you were there for that. He was doing a lot of work promotional, on the ground in Texas, for the event. So like, is this Gato spite booking? We don't, is this like as if this was another company and the tag team partner was like having a dispute and they pushed the other one, we would say this is spite booking.
I don't think so. I think Gato's always like both of those guys. When with Archer, he always worked hard. But he was just in a tag team role. There was not much he could really do in there. He's wrestling the same teams over and over again. So I think now he got a chance to shine, and he did do a lot of work helping, try and get tickets sold in Dallas. And so I think atop with his work and then doing all that, I think Gato wanted to kind of reward this guy and give him a spotlight in this tournament and moving forward.
You know, there was only so much he could really do being in there with Tangaloa like 60 times in a year.
All right.
Man, you gonna stop talking bad about Camacho. Right?
Hey, man, I ain't trying to get no heat with these Tongans, man.
Like, I'm still stuck on, like, NXT Then Now Forever when I went on that rant about how stupid it was. And they said that this guy who's fucking Tongan is actually, in fact, a fucking Mexican. It's like, are you... Dude, like, I remember, like, going on some rants, like, dude, Tonga is closer to Antarctica than Guadalajara. Let's not do this. This is ridiculous. Whatever. But yeah, shout out to God. But yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff to go over in the G1. I mean, are there any other, people you want to make special notes of in the G1? I mean, obviously, you have the great runs of Ishii and, Ospreay's going nuts going in. You have, someone like Sabre who had like a nifty kind of year.
Boris Johnson!
Yep.
I mean, Shingo in the G1 was great. Finally seeing him in heavyweight competition. That match with Ishii, man, from day 16.
On the list.
Yeah, it's on my list.
On the list.
On the list.
That like, I mean, another part that you said with Shingo's thing is like the last night of the B block, he had the best match with Naito and Jay White, and that story of Naito, under all the odds and all the luck and circumstances, and he's not, he's turning it on at the end to get that close
and choke.
In the choke, and when he chokes, he goes out there and has a 4 1/4 with Jay White. but in like 2 matches before, you see like Goto and Shingo. Was that a 5-star match or was it close? I can't remember. Or was it 4 3/4? Can't remember. It was just an awesome match.
I think I rated it 4.75. I think.
Yeah, it was just an awesome match just to cap off the year he had that Shingo had, and like Goto, Goto started out slow as well, and he caught up as well. Like, I think at the beginning, like before we go into last night, wasn't he the leader?
He was like 2-0, maybe 3-0 or something like that.
Know what I mean? Like going into last night, wasn't he the overall leader? Like, didn't Shingo have to beat him to basically knock him out to open up the door for the end with Jay White and Naito?
I think so.
Yeah, like that was wild. Like the LA Dojo, I need to go holler at the LA Dojo. They get your boys right. I mean, I don't want no smoke with. I don't want to even meet Shibata because that's too, the danger, right?
But he might just chop you in the chest just to see.
No, man.
Take your temperature.
I'll call Kenta. Like, I love you, Shibata. You touch me, I'm calling Kenta. Don't do this. I'm trying to think I mean, there's so much stuff in the G1. I mean, the way to transition, we can talk about, immediately after the G1, where, the most notable omission to a lot of people was no Minoru Suzuki. And he comes out and in a tag match, and he pins Okada, and then he cuts promo and saying, like, you bastards left me off, y'all off in the pay, and we believed every word he said. I mean, what do you think of the immediate opponent, matchup of him with, in London? What do you think of that?
So I thought it makes a lot of sense. Suzuki is very over in the UK, and he's on a lot of dates for Rev Pro, which is New Japan's UK partner, and he's been Rev Pro champion. He's been Rev Pro tag champion with Zack Sabre Jr. So that was kind of a great defense for that crowd, that they love Suzuki, they love Okada, and that's just, Okada and Suzuki always have great matches. So that was just a great kind of main event, and a great guy, kind of, somebody that wasn't in the G1. We didn't really see a whole lot during that time period, except, the undercard stuff. It's kind of a great guy kind of put in there and kind of get us through, the end of the month. And
I think it works because, like, in retrospect now, they didn't want to blow an Ospreay and Okada match there. They always got that in their back pocket. So it was like, well, you keep sliding down. Like, well, it's not going to be Sabre. So who else is over in the UK? Suzuki. So, like, I think they had a really good match. Not as good as their 2018 match, but still like a really good match at that.
Yeah, Suzuki was slapping the shit out of Okada.
Yeah, I mean that was the night of slaps. I mean, we got Woozy Kenta out here slapping the shit out of Ishii. Like I think
thinking he wanted to smoke.
Oh, come on now. It wasn't even like Ishii like hit him with something, knocked him out. He got basically knocked loopy with the German. But
yeah.
He's that dangerous. Even the German suplex, he is suplex city now.
Yeah, now, I'd rather have Ishii. Yeah. Like,
of course. That's not even a debate here. You know that wasn't even what I was getting at. Transition on the end of the year, you have some of the tag league stuff. Is there anything else before we even get to like talking about some of the highlights of the tag league that you want to talk about? In that between London and was that not Duntaku, Power Struggle.
Yeah, talk about like El Phantasmo debuting, the whole Birds of Prey and all that stuff, Jeremy.
Right, yeah. So, and that kind of talks, so we had a Super J Cup that happened right before Royal Quest, and so.
Super delay.
Yeah, you want to talk about failures that's some of the American expansion stuff this year was kind of a hot mess. But yeah, El Phantasmo, he made his debut, Best of the Super Juniors, and then, he ends up winning the Super J Cup. And, Phantasmo, man, just, he's from Rev Pro. He's the Rev Pro British Cruiserweight Champion. And this guy, I think he's awesome. And, he has the flips. He has, all the fancy moves. And I know a lot of people think they don't like him because, he cheats and he throws people's hats and he does a lot of shenanigans. But when it comes down to it, like the stuff that this guy does in the ring and the heat he generates, it's fun to see.
So why Josh don't like him?
Probably the same reason why you don't like Moxley. Probably don't think he hits hard enough or something.
No, I think the problem with Moxley was the fact that he was just like coming in and like steamrolling like all these top guys. I don't know.
Gatekeeping. Okay.
And then with Phantasmo, I think he doesn't like his strikes and the way he sells and stuff like that. But every time I watch Phantasmo, especially in a singles match,
maybe he'll come around.
It's always like 4 stars and above.
Right. Same here. even in the Best Super Juniors, I felt the same way. Like I thought that it was quality. Like everybody is quality in this company. We got Rocky Romero, a dude as a manager for and does commentary, utility stuff all the time and wacky stuff in the undercards, and he comes out and has a 5-star match. The level of wrestling is so far above like everything else that it's like it's staggering, and yet this is just a continuation of what's been going on for years now.
Yeah,
but back to lecture at hand. I think there's a real future in turning El Phantasmo into like making. Well, depends on if he probably never makes it to heavyweight. But at the time anyway, like if we're still going to have Ospreay, double dipping, like I think he makes a great nemesis for him, over the next, year and a half or whatever else until he finally just becomes full-time heavyweight, Ospreay. Because, there was always a talk of, last year, for example, like the hurdle for him that he could never seem to overcome was Marty. Now that Marty is, doing whatever, like I think that the way that they presented Phantasmo made it, he just makes the perfect next hurdle or obstacle for Ospreay.
Yeah, and I think he fits like the Bullet Club aesthetic perfectly. He has that same kind of like cocky swagger that like
he's white.
Yeah, that Fergal Devitt had. He has the same kind of cocky attitude the Young Bucks had when they were heels in the Bullet Club. So it's like he would fit in perfectly with those guys, and I feel like he kind of carries the spirit of like that 2015, 2016 Bullet Club where these guys were just over the top, too sweeting, suck it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes,
Love
especially
it.
like when they all get together and they all do the underhanded, the underhand too sweet. It's like, oh, you guys are, God,
y'all ain't shit.
Yeah. The worst. We skipped over the end of the G1 where, in that tag, Kenta betrays Ishii, and then like Shibata, which is my favorite, was one of my favorite like unintentional funny things, is like the whole story is Shibata left and then came back, And it took years for the crowd in the locker room, including like someone like Tanahashi, to like forgive him and like let the water, be under the bridge.
You abandoned us.
And then like the whole thing is like, I'm out here with Goto. I'm out here with Kenta, and like Kenta goes out here and he wants to show his ass, and it's like, I just got these people to stop. I just got these people to forgive me. You ain't finna come out here and ruin my good name, all the credibility, all the stuff I had to do to like get them to come back on my side. You are not finna come. And he comes out there and he beats the hell out of everybody, and then Kenta just, just shocking, because I thought it was never for him. I thought he was never gonna do anything physical in the ring ever again. And then he he beats the hell out of everyone in much like a Hulk Hogan after turning back babyface post NWO. Like he puts the red and yellow back on, and like you got the Steiner brothers is dying to bump like cartoon characters for him. That's what happened. It turned into a damn
people like, how good can we sell for Shibata?
Right. And then Kenta cuts it off, and then he ends up he does the crisscross applesauce on the man's chest. I was like, fury, rage. Like I'm watching on delay. I'm not even, I'm the parachutes in New Japan. I'm just like, this fucker. Like this dude, like was destined to become a future IWGP champion, but injuries like derailed this, and then we get this hope spot, like the most incredible hope spot ever. And then like this dude like does the most disrespectful. Fuck this dude. Fuck Bullet Club forever. I was furious. But yeah, like just I forgot because we backtracked on that, but like that angle
that Shibata angle was awesome. I definitely think it's one of the best angles of the year. It won our Angle of the Year award for Keeping a Strong Style, and it's a great thing to kind of set things up for the future. But yeah, back to Super J Cup. So we had Phantasmo in there. He won the tournament. We also got the return of Amazing Red. This is a guy who, retired WrestleMania weekend. He pulled out of shows and was wrapping it up due to some injuries. But then Will Ospreay, made a big campaign to bring Red back and wanted to wrestle him, just get that big dream match out of the way. And that kind of opened the door for Red being like, I am still great. I can still do this. And now kind of being a regular of New Japan of America.
I can't wait to see Amazing Red in person. I hope he's on the card when they come to Tampa. Just a huge, fan of, the style. Like before it was Rich Lattice Pro Wrestling, it was Amazing Red's Pro Wrestling. I ain't taking near a bump, but like,
yeah,
he's kind of like the American Shima, right? Would you say?
Yeah, in a way, because he's a lot of the spots you see today. The code reds and a lot of the dives and twists and tornado Corneos and stuff like that. Like Amazing Red was doing that stuff on the Wednesday night pay-per-views on Impact that not many people are watching. And, he was innovating the game in Impact and all the indies he was in, Ring of Honor and, House of Glory, all these places he wrestled. And a lot of guys, your AJ Styles and a lot of that class of indie guys learned a lot from Red and took that into, further in the mainstream. And so he doesn't really get the credit for a lot of the innovation that he did.
Yeah.
Always good to see a legend get theirs.
Yeah. So, from there, do we talk about Power Struggle, or do you want to move to Tag League, or where
Chris Jericho was here. We didn't mention him. He did two big matches.
He had he had the one great match, one of the best matches of the year in New Japan, and then he had the other match.
Yeah, so Jericho, he came with the IC title.
Yes.
And he did the whole thing with Naito. That was a hell of a match. And
then he did the Okada match in Dominion.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as I still thought it was a really good match, but there was a lot. It seemed like there was a lot at play behind the scenes that kept that match from going another level. And Jericho's wrestling an Okada match. Okada's trying to fit it to Jericho. I don't know if it was a clash of styles, but I still like the match, and I like the post show angle. Except Tanahashi looked really old at the end.
Yeah, Tanahashi was like, old man, old knees. Like, I've been sitting here and my muscles have gone cold. That's exactly what that looked like. It's like, yo, this, oof. But I expect them to have a great match in a few weeks. I really do. Like I mean, how much wrestling was that? Was that over? That's easily over 40. That's almost 50 years of wrestling experience, right?
Jericho's been in business 30 years. I don't know how she's over 50.
Over 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, both of them were top 10, wrestler of the year or MVP caliber wrestlers this year. So, I mean, simple math, like, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Like, barring injury I can't imagine that match is in the classic. I can't imagine it. Yeah. So, I mean, we talked about Jericho now. We're already past, Dominion. We're past
matches, huh?
Super J Cup. I mean, do you want to wrap up with Tag League, or you want to talk about Sonata being put down for the count, or what do you?
One quick thing, I want to give a shout out to the Young Lions. There was the Young Lions Cup that made its return this year, and like you mentioned, James, with Chibata and that LA Dojo. Again, you're right. We had Carl Fredericks, Clark Connors, and Alex Coughlin making their New Japan debuts this year and beating the New Japan Cup, and Carl Fredericks beating Shota Umino to win the New Japan Cup. And those Young Lions, those LA Dojo guys are just great. And we have Umino is now on Excursion and Rev Pro being Shooter Umino, and we have Ren Narita switching over to the LA Dojo and doing a lot of US dates now. So things going great with the Young Lions.
Yeah, no one's more prepared for the future, I would say, like, as far as like, hey, we can bring in someone from scratch you've never seen them before than New Japan. Like, the dojo system works, it always has worked, and everyone should adopt a dojo type system, Excursion, thing. It just works. Like their percentage tends to work out like better than having 350 guys and hope you get like 30 or something like that, or 150 guys hope you get 10.
Yeah, by like all of them bottlenecking each other's opportunities to get ring time in front of crowds. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's so funny. Like, you look at our education system, and like, it's obvious that like schools that have less students get more instruction, and therefore excel or have a better chance to excel. And then like you have this multi-billion-dollar corporation, and like their whole thing is we need to make stars, and their idea is we'll make stars by packing the room. It's like it's so frustrating. Let's not talk about them. Let's move.
Yeah, let's not talk about the other company.
The good stuff.
Yes, the best stuff. Yeah, I mean, all right. So
we do matches, right?
You think wrap up the year? Is there anything you want to put a bone on the year 2019 of New Japan, or do you want to move over to the matches?
I mean, I think we kind of covered a lot of the major highlights. I think we could kind of move on to the matches now.
I think one other thing I will say about New Japan, like, a lot of the stuff is long in the tooth. Like, of course, like, there's going to be like new spots that are needed for guys to elevate, like Shingo and Ospreay and even Sonata to get put in those spots. Jay White being here should like create some new matchups, and even Ishii, and not a non-joking matter or fashion. A lot of the guys we've seen them wrestle each other for 4, 5, 6 years.
Right.
I think New Japan America is a very positive thing, because it's like almost it's its own other promotion that they have. So like, hey, we can send you over here for this amount of time, you can come back, and we can continue growing New Japan wrestling all over. So hopefully they don't use it like it's in like a supplementary thing, and use it like just another like division they have essentially.
I mean, I agree. I mean, like, there's only so many times I can watch Goto like fail against like a top star. so yeah, I agree. I mean, I think. All right, well,
that's why I kind of didn't mind that Kenny was leaving. Like, it was like, yo, all right, he's done like all these. Like, you can get him out of here. That'd be good for Kenny too. You can do new challenges, and right. It would be good for someone to, like an Ospreay to jump up, because it's like we need the rotation.
Right. All right. I forgot the part about forecasting. Like, move on. Like, okay, so what we think are like things that we're kind of predicting, or you kind of have an inkling on about what we're going to expect out of New Japan from matchup wise, or people getting elevated, people getting move down in 2020.
So going in 2020, I think we're going to continue to see the elevation of Sonata. He had the rivalry with Okada this year, 4 big matches. He's finally having a singles match at the Tokyo Dome this year, facing off against Zack Sabre Jr. for the Rev Pro title. I think he's going to win that match, get his first kind of, major singles title, major win there on the Tokyo Dome. So I think we'll continue to see his elevation this year. I think Kota Ibushi will kind of be in a redemption year. I think he's going to fail at the Dome, and this year is going to be like him chasing and fighting his way to the IWGP title. I think we're going to see Evil split off from LIJ. I think he's going to turn heel on those guys and kind of feud with those guys going into the year. I'm trying to think. The Ospreay, I think he's going to lose to Hiromu and make the switch to heavyweight this year. I think we're going to see Shingo pushed a lot more this year in the heavyweight division. So yeah, there's so many guys that are going to be kind of moving up. And, they're, once again, the schedule's increasing. We're having New Japan of America shows going on the same time as Japan tours. They're doing Osaka Joe Hall twice this year for Dominion and New Beginning in Osaka. So there's a lot of big shows, a lot of big opportunities coming up for New Japan in 2020.
I'm going to predict Will Ospreay wins the New Japan Cup. I'm also going to predict that Tomohiro Ishii has a great year, and then at the end of the year, you will see him in some type of multi-man match at Wrestle Kingdom.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you.
I think also too we'll start seeing some returns of young lions. I think Kawato and Oka should make their returns at some point this year. And then just some of the other young lions, but probably maybe even going on excursions like some of these LA Dojo guys. I think Carl Fredericks is ready. Honestly, I can see Carl Fredericks kind of skipping the excursion and just kind of
come right in.
Yeah.
Yeah. One other thing, I think Minoru Suzuki turns babyface at some point.
That's interesting because some of my predictions, the takeoff of the Evil leaves LIJ, I think he ends up in Suzuki-gun. I think he ends up Suzuki-gun. I don't know how they're gonna hold it off, but like, I'm just gonna do it. I think Ospreay's winning the G1 next year. I think he is. I don't know how they're gonna be able to hold. I don't know how they're gonna be able to hold off like a dude that works like that. Obviously, it can all fall apart tomorrow because he's wrestling like like it's his last match every match.
Yeah.
But he wrestles like Iverson played basketball.
That's funny because I would say that about Hiromu Takahashi, but
there's all of them. We've talked about this for about a year, maybe even 2 years now, like showing like singles, what situation is with that. I think this might be the year. I think Sonata becomes IC champ. I think Sonata, like, this is where it's leading to eventually. Maybe by Dominion, probably. I think I really can't even see what they're going to do with Tanahashi and Okada right now, but I expect Naito to be champion.
I think you can easily like put Tanahashi as a challenger to Naito.
Yeah,
like in the spring at like New Beginning, you can have him challenge. I wouldn't do it at Dominion, but I would probably maybe Sakura Genesis if they do that. But I would definitely anticipate the Tanahashi Naito match because they haven't done one since 2017.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, would it be outlandish to suggest that like Tanahashi is the one that like the first person to starts coming on these New Japan of America shows?
He could.
Like I could see that it's like, all right, well, this is what you'll do as your legacy. Like you'll be the ace of this. And then like, it's time for big shows. We'll bring you back in because it's you, of course, but try to keep you fresh that way.
Yeah, I can see them doing that.
What about a Mega Aces tag team?
That's what I was going to say. I was like,
That's
they could.
unfair. That's unfair. That's unfair. Like,
it's better than God, you know.
Well, the thing is, like, all right, so they're gonna be the champions, and then what? Do we just bury them with the belts? Who the fuck's supposed to beat them?
Well, I think that you kind of create some other super teams based off of that. So you
like the NBA,
Kenta and Jay White.
You can do that. You can do that
right there.
You can do like Goto and Ishii.
Oh man.
You can do, like, if Evil leaves, you do, like, Shingo and Sonata.
That'd be fun.
Like, you can create some other, like, mega teams to
Will
try
and Ishii.
Like, yeah, Will and Ishii.
Oh, so, but this time, like, Will's not the Pain Eater anymore? Is that what you're saying? Like, they're actually equals this time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. But yeah, let's now move on to talking about our top 10 matches of New Japan this year. The list is whatever you want it to be. It could be you know what you think of the 10 best matches or what your 10 favorites. Josh couldn't make it to be on the show, obviously, so we have him on, and we're going to play his part at the end of it. But yeah, Jeremy, let's start with you.
All right, so the first three are going to be in order as my top 3 matches of New Japan and my favorite, and then the rest of that will just be in whatever order you want to take it. Okay. So, my match of the year, my favorite match from New Japan is Will Ospreay versus Shingo from Best of the Super Junior Finals.
Okay, can you do a reverse, like do 10 to 1?
Oh yeah, okay.
Are we all going to go on a circle like 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8, or
we can
just
do that.
Straight through?
We can do that. I'll edit this. We can do that.
Okay. All right. So, starting at number 10. So this is, like I said, like my 7 through 10 is in no particular order. I'm just going to pick one from my list. So I'm going to go with Kazuchika Okada versus Tomohiro Ishii from the New Japan Cup, Day 11.
Okay. Rich?
I'll go with Jay White versus Kazuchika Okada in Madison Square Garden. Okada wins back to IWGP title. Crowd, everyone on their feet, sold out. Just whole building sucked in. Amazing closing sequence. The Ace rides again.
Yeah, I actually have the same number 10 match. I was there in person for it. It was just amazing to see, they're, on the other side of the globe, and people are, from what I can tell, I haven't seen the TV copy of it, but I felt the same energy watching it that you would get in a normal, New Japan presentation. Obviously the crowd did different things, but like at the end point, it's just like, they set this up the right way. Like, we want one guy to win, and this other guy, we do not want to have this belt, and they go out there and they kill it, and at the end, right back where where it seems it always ends up, on Okada. Now, number 10, Jeremy, or sorry, number 9, Jeremy.
So for number 9, I'm going with, Kazuchika Okada versus Kota Ibushi from Day 17 of G1 Climax.
Rich?
So I'll go with Tomohiro Ishii versus Yuji Nagata from the New Japan Cup, Round 1. A motherfucking war. That they, the match got delayed. Originally it was supposed to be on those New Japan America shows. They ended up pushing it back. Nagata, and Ishii slaps, strikes, slams, delayed selling, just everything you want. That shit was like incredible.
Yeah, my number 9, I'm going to go with Jay White versus Kota Ibushi, the final of the G1. It's a match that, compared to the rest of the list, if I look at the rest of my list, I think, bell to bell does not, or isn't the equal, but just all the stuff they did throughout that whole night to get to that point, and also when the time he stupidly decides to slap, Ibushi, and Ibushi basically hulks up, and it was just magic after that point. So yeah. Jeremy, number 8.
So my number 8, I'm going with Jon Moxley versus Ishii from the G1 Day 6. And we talked about this when we were talking about Moxley's debut and just what, a great match, what a great brawl this was. And it's just one of these matches you can always kind of rewatch and just kind of see just how much fun Moxley's having and just how truly great he is and how he should be utilized in the promotion.
So up next, I've got Will Ospreay versus Bandito from the Best of Super Juniors. We talk about Rich Ladders Pro Wrestling Super. This is a rematch of what they did in New York at the WrestleCon Super Show. I want to say it was only 17 minutes long, 5-star match. Loved it. Love Bandito.
Yes. So number 8 for me is going to be Dragon Lee versus Will Ospreay at Dominion. Just Rich Ladders Pro Wrestling. I'm not this is there's been a lot of that we've seen this year, especially with the rise of AEW, but I feel like this is the best version of this super athletic guys doing a million things all at once. And like I said earlier, it was so great it drove Ibushi and Naito to try to murder each other to keep up. Jeremy, number 7.
All right, my number 7 is Okada versus Will Ospreay from the G1 Day 7. And, you have the Ace versus the Aerial Assassin, and those guys just went out there and just killed it, and another great match.
Rich?
So I've got Jon Moxley versus Tomohiro Ishii, Air Ishii, to, try to put this man Moxley away. Moxley was on a fucking roll, and this is the best match that he's had, either best or second best match he's had outside of WWE, and middle of Corcoran Hall, whole crowd loves it. This is everything about taking wrestlers and putting them in new environments and the argument for.
Yeah. Number 7 for me is going to be Hiroki Goto versus Shingo Takagi. Just a brawl, just men being just lumberjacks and just tough and physical, and I just loved it. And I get to the end of the show, running through all the G1 matches on a backload. I ended up binging a bunch of them over 2 days, and I just got to that and I was even at the end, there's Shingo still has a bunch of smoke for everybody. I thought it was great.
Nice.
Jeremy, number 6.
Yes, so number 6, I have Shingo Takagi versus Tomohiro Ishii from Day 16 of the G1. And man, you want to talk about strong style, man. This is what strong style is, and the fight that these guys had. It won our Strong Style Fight of the Year award for Keepin It Strong Style. And it's just a brawl, just slugging. It's two beefy dudes just slugging at each other. It was great.
My number 6, Tomohiro Ishii versus Evil from, I believe it was Sakura Genesis, if I'm not mistaken.
There wasn't a Sakura Genesis this year. It was from,
it was in the spring.
Right. I think it was Dontaku.
Or Sengoku. Okay, it was Dontaku. Sorry. Yeah. Ishii versus Evil from Dontaku. We saw them, squaring off each other on the tours, and then they get to the match. I think is the best Evil match I've ever seen. Tomohiro Ishii and Evil. So there's the A side of Rich Ladders Pro Wrestling. I just started listening to vinyl records and shit. So there's the A side, which is your flying and your million moves and 150 miles an hour. You're just lose your fucking mind, go do it. And then on the B side is this: Tomohiro Ishii beats the fuck out of you and takes the beating from whoever. Evil looked like a fucking monster in this match. I don't know if he's ever gonna, do that again, but, Ishii's a guy I'll watch him wrestle forever. This was fucking incredible. It was probably one of the most slept on matches of the year. I gave this 5 stars at the time, so I love this match.
Yeah. So for me, my number 6 match is, wow. I'm looking at I'm still debating on 4 and 5. I'm just going to do it. Kota Ibushi versus Will Ospreay in G1. this is a match that I love because they did at Wrestle Kingdom, and I was dying for a year ever since the year before in New Orleans, watching them have their exchange in the WrestleCon Super Show. But it was just a continuation of that story of these are superheroes, these flat out superheroes going crazy. It was great. So Jeremy, number 5.
Number 5, I have Dragon Lee versus Will Ospreay from Dominion. You have Ospreay coming off winning Best of Super Juniors, having this incredible match with Shingo, and then having to challenge for the junior title and try to have another incredible match, which they did. They went out there, Racial Idols Pro Wrestling, killed it. 2 great athletes just doing incredible moves, and ended up being a great match, and Ospreay winning the title.
Up next, I will take Tomohiro Ishii versus Shingo Takagi from the G1. More on that B side of ROPW. We all circled the day on the counter for when these two guys would finally meet. They lived up to the hype and more. Real man wrestling, like.
Number 5 for me is Kazuchika Okada versus Will Ospreay in the G1. As I would like to call it, the match that broke Dave Meltzer's heart. He so desperately wanted a junior to beat the greatest wrestler maybe ever in Kazuchika Okada. But no, he got his ass dispatched because junior shouldn't beat fucking heavyweights. But all jokes aside, I thought it was a great match, and I can't wait until, a year or 2 comes down the line, and like they're in the Tokyo Dome together, and like it will be the quest for 8 stars. Can't wait. All right, so Jeremy, number 4.
Yeah, so for me, number 4, I'm going with Kota Ibushi versus Will Ospreay from the G1 Day 5. Much like you, James, I wanted to see that rematch after Wrestle Kingdom, and was looking forward to these days that these guys go at it again. And like you mentioned, it was a great match, a lot of great callbacks from the Wrestle Kingdom match, and I can't wait to see it again. Yeah.
It was funny because while making this list, I was like debating like in my head, like around the world, like what are my favorite like 4 3/4 match? What are the best matches I think that I didn't give 5 stars to? So I was thinking about them a lot. Rich?
Ditto. Will Ospreay versus Kota Ibushi from the G1. When he did the Hidden Blade, when Ibushi was facing him, I'll never forget that for as long as I'm watching wrestling. Masters of the Style.
Yeah. Number 4 for me, I have this in high regard. Jon Moxley versus Tomohiro Ishii in the Korakuen Hall in the G1. It was just like a validation in like catharsis of like everything that Jon Moxley said about this company the company that he was once in, and like their star making machine, and how they get in their own way, and like the wrestlers don't know their stories, and they have tuned in their characters, but Vince doesn't. And then you see, you mentioned Air Ishii. It was just great. Just a slobber knocker. Like I think it's my strong style match of the year. Maybe. No, I take that back. I won't go that far. There's one above it, but it is definitely a contender. Jeremy, number 3.
So number 3 for me, I have Jay White versus Kota Ibushi from the G1 Finals. I thought that match was just, was just a great story of Kota Ibushi having to overcome all the odds and everything that Bullet Club was throwing against him, and to kind of finally rise above and, finally win that G1 trophy that he's been, chasing after all these years.
So number 3, I've got Will Ospreay versus Kazuchika Okada from the G1. What more can I really say about these guys? It was like an electric closing sequence, I remember, and the match they're going to have, it's crazy, is going to blow this one away. Yes. So one day, whenever they have it. So if there's anybody who's going to push Okada, it's going to be Will eventually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. Number 3 for me, Kenny Omega versus Hiroshi Tanahashi, the main event of Wrestle Kingdom 13. I thought that the story they told inside the ring was great, to where they have these different philosophies on how they view wrestling, and then by the time they reach a level of desperation in the match, they both make compromises and more like meet towards, or opposite ends of the spectrum they both are. They both meet in the middle. And I thought it was a great story, and you get the happy ending of seeing, you know, this legend, this all-time great, you know, pantheonic wrestler, like, getting his last title run, probably, to cap off the G1 run. I thought it was great. Jeremy, number 2?
So my number 2 was Kenny Omega versus Hiroshi Tanahashi from Wrestle Kingdom 13. Ditto everything to you, what you said. It was a great matchup. You know, you had the Gaijin Ace versus the Ace of the Universe, and the two, you know, contrasting philosophies, and it's just interesting storytelling. And, you know, Tanahashi having, you know, ended up going on Kenny's side and pulling up the table and kind of doing the more stuff that, you know, he was against Kenny doing, and just this battle of back and forth until finally Tanahashi was able to overcome and defeat Kenny Omega.
So number 2, I've got Will Ospreay versus Shingo Takagi from the Best of Super Junior Finals. Rich Ladder's Pro Wrestling Nirvana. You see how Shingo had been protected the whole year coming into the match, you know, back from when he entered, and he was X, you know, and people were upset. It was only Shingo Takagi showing up, to, you know, be the last member of LIJ. And then you see Will Ospreay starting to put it all together in 2018, coming back from injury, and just, him, you know, overcoming Taichi, and then eventually getting that Never belt, and then going through 4-star match every night, 5-star matches in the Best Super Junior. You can't do a tournament better than this, I think. Like, and, you know, the G1, I take the Super Juniors tournament a little bit different than the G1, because the G1s has even more variants of style and, you know, things like that, but just in a focused kind of, you know, presentation of like, yo, a lot of stuff's gonna be similar, but every person is going to kind of define themselves, and it's like a Rubik's Cube, because all these guys are fucking great. We could have easily talked about like Dragon Lee and what he did in Best Super Juniors
show,
but show, like, you know, that will never really like get their due just because everyone's so fucking great. But this match stood out, you know, among the standouts. So we're
on number 2, right?
Right.
Yeah, number 2. Tomohiro Ishii versus Shingo Takagi. G1, just bliss, just bliss of just, it's everything I said about the Goto match, except a level beyond, and just Ishii, just a master of psychology in the brawl persuasion of matches. Just him knowing when to sell, knowing when to not sell, knowing when to kick it one on obvious like sequence where you're like, okay, this is a run of near falls. He's just brilliant, and Shingo is just, you know, they're just like a perfect fit together, and I hope they wrestle each other forever. I hope they both end up in heaven and they get to wrestle each other for eternity. It's just great. All right, number 1 for you, Jeremy.
So my number 1 match of the year for New Japan is Shingo Takagi versus Will Ospreay from the Best of the Super Junior Finals, and we've been glowing about this match this whole episode. It won Match of the Year and Junior Match of the Year for Keepin It Strong Style awards, and just 2 great performers. It was a great story. We talked about, you know, overcoming Ospreay having to slay the dragon, and just the build of Shingo, which led to the build of Ospreay, and just there's so many elements of that match that were great, and I want to see that match again with both of them in heavyweight.
Rich?
My number 1 match, Kenny Omega versus Hiroshi Tanahashi, Wrestle Kingdom main event. Kenny Omega's last match in New Japan. Watching his entrance to that match, knowing what we know now, and seeing it is just a very emotional type of thing for, you know, anyone that's a fan of Kenny Omega, seeing like, you know, the music change and everything like that. And I talked about it on I think maybe the One Nation Radio Awards, like, you do everything. You can move to this country for 10 years. You can immerse yourself in the style, learn the language, but it'll never belong to you. And also Hiroshi Tanahashi, coming from his last, trying to stop Okada from getting 11 and then losing on that one Rainmaker. And then he turns to a fireball literally the rest of 2018, leading, with these two guys, selling out the Tokyo Dome with those philosophies, with those promos that were actually fucking great, Twitter, that, these assheads are trying to send around. All of a sudden, Kenny Omega's not a good promo. It was such a bad promo that
in North America, you wouldn't know.
Look, he was such a bad promo that they sold 40,000 tickets. So, I don't know, exactly what these people were looking for. And what we got though in the main event was, as James mentioned, it was like two worlds colliding. They held this match off for a long time. I was really into it. Should there have been another winner? I don't know. I don't care. I know what happened, but, it was the final, the final act of the Best Bout Machine, and I loved it.
Yeah. Number one for me, Will Ospreay versus Shingo Takagi, Best Super Junior Final. This match has so much of everything, of 2019 professional wrestling, of intricate sequences of action and athleticism and being ahead of the viewer, while not moving so fast that the viewer, gets lost in what just happened. Just as masterful, both of them. And we touched on the story, the far-fetched story that worked out like gangbusters. But I think that Ospreay, this propels Ospreay, in the future, amongst the domestic audience, I believe. I believe that I have a hard time imagining, you're a fan or you were some type of doubter of Will Ospreay and maybe some of the stuff, all the flippy stuff or over flippy stuff he was doing in previous years, and see what he has become now and just think differently. And, Shingo may have been, even though, obviously the height thing, I think he may have been, for much of the year, the best monster in professional wrestling or whatever you want to call it, some just, immovable force, in the juniors division. I just thought it was just perfect, timeless storytelling. So yeah, what we're going to do now is we're going to throw to Josh's top 10 and then we'll get back to you.
What's up, everybody? This is the young boy Joshua Smith from Keepin It Strong Style. I was unfortunately unable to join Rich, James, and Jeremy as they counted down their retrospective for the year of 2019 on New Japan. But James reached out to me and asked me to give my top 10 favorite matches of the year in New Japan for 2019. So happy to oblige. Wish I could have been there with those guys. But without any further ado, let's get right to it. So starting at number 10, my 10th favorite match of the year was Jushin Thunder Liger versus Minoru Suzuki. And I gotta tell you, I love this match just because of the build and the anticipation. This was a blow-off that was, almost 2 decades in the making. And it was something that we anticipated hotly all year long. There's a lot of debate about whether the match style actually matched the build itself and the heat that had been built between Liger and Suzuki, and that is debatable. But ultimately, the match was incredible. It's probably the last great singles. It is the last great singles match of Liger's career, possibly of Suzuki's in New Japan, depending on whether or not you believe the rumors. And that emotional moment at the end of the match with Suzuki just bowing before Liger, I just really, really dug this. I loved it, and that's number 10. At number 9, I have Shingo Takagi versus Sho from Best of the Super Juniors, and what an incredible match. One of my favorite junior matches of the entire year. This was a feud that had been simmering and building over, ever since Shingo pretty much got into New Japan. Every time, the junior team of LIJ would take on Roppongi 3K, there was always this built-in feud of the strong guys from the junior division with Shingo and Sho trying to outmuscle one another and outdo each other. And this match was awesome, with Sho trying to, take down this unkillable monster, and really, separate himself and break out into his own identity apart from Roppongi 3K, and Shingo showing him why he's the baddest mother effer in all of New Japan. This was a match that felt to me very much like a G1 climax style wrestling match, but it just happened to be occurring in the Best Super Juniors, and one of the most emotional matches of the year. I really loved it. Coming in at number 8, I have Kazuchika Okada versus Jay White from G1 Supercard, and man, I really enjoyed this match. I was actually there live in Madison Square Garden, and this is the culmination of a over a year-long feud going between Jay White and Okada, with Jay White joining K.I.S. initially, and there always being that animosity and built-in rivalry between these two, and the eventual betrayal of Jay White on Okada and all of K.I.S., and Okada losing the belt at Dominion the year before, losing his identity and trying to reclaim himself, but he never really would be himself again as the Rainmaker until he had that gold strap, and all the chips fell into place that night in Madison Square Garden, and just one of the best matches of Jay White's career and another classic for Okada, and I really, really loved that. Coming in at number 7 is Kota Ibushi versus Tetsuya Naito from the New Japan Cup. And there's a lot of matches that were just phenomenal. One of the best New Japan Cups of the year. And these two guys had a trilogy that was, by my estimation, the best in-ring trilogy all year, probably anywhere in the world. But of all the matches they had, I think that this was the most underrated, the most underpraised, and in my opinion, the best match they had all year long. And just violence personified, just a violent exhibition of these two guys fighting spirits and their will, and the rivalry that they've had, for years now. And if you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor, watch Ibushi Naito from New Japan Cup, and you won't be disappointed. Coming in at number 6 is Juice Robinson versus Jon Moxley from the Best of the Super Juniors finals. And this match was so awesome. We didn't know what to expect with Jon Moxley coming in with the Death Rider gimmick, and at the same time, the story that they were telling of Juice trying to, defend the honor of New Japan, and, the history between these guys going back to, their developmental days in WWE, and Juice kind of taking on a more serious role, cutting his hair, Mox making, having an entirely different look, different style of wrestling and attitude. And this was just violent and, hard way Juice, brawling all over the ring. This was a star-making performance for both guys and just a really seminal moment for both of them. And I love this match, so I can't recommend it high enough. Number 5 is Rocky Romero versus El Phantasmo from Best of the Super Juniors. And again, just such a banger. Rocky Romero never having main evented Cork and Hall previous to this match, and then him and El Phantasmo going in there, and the rivalry between them because of Phantasmo's affiliation with Bullet Club and his cheating and antics all throughout the tournament, plus their history with one another going back to the Rev Pro. This match had a lot of storytelling elements, plus the fact that Romero was coming in with, I think, 2 points, and El Phantasmo was undefeated, and he just seemed insurmountable in the Best Super Juniors up to that point. And Rocky Romero just getting all of Cork and Hall behind him and finally beating, El Phantasmo in the center of the ring. People were crying. Really, really emotional moment. I love this match, and, one of the most underrated of the year. Coming in at number 4 is Shingo Takagi versus Ishii from the G1 Climax. I love this match. Strong style personified. 2 hosses. The moment that Shingo came to New Japan, this was a match I've wanted to see. And when I found out that they were going to be in the same block during G1, I had this earmarked as a potential match of the year. And boy, did they ever deliver. The most violent match I saw all year. The most hard-hitting fight all year by far. I can't praise this enough, and this is one I definitely will watch on repeat. Coming in at number 3 is what most people probably have as their match of the year. It's my 3rd favorite match of the year, in Will Ospreay versus Shingo Takagi from the Best Super Juniors Finals main event. And a perfect storm. You have Shingo undefeated up to this point in the company, running roughshod over the entire Best Super Juniors A block. Nobody's been able to defeat him. Just looking like such a beast. And then you have Will Ospreay on the opposite end, and him being the not the actual champion, but being a champion of sorts for the juniors. What I mean by that is the fact that he represented them in the never open weight division, taking on heavyweights all year, and then kind of returning for the Super Juniors tournament, and literally giving every single guy their best match of the entire tournament, and having a banner year. And once these two finally met face to face and were squared off for the finals, you knew it had to be nothing short of a match of the year caliber match, and that's exactly what they gave us. Probably the best Super Juniors final of all time, and probably the match of the year. Just awesome. Coming in at number 2, my second favorite match of the year, Kenny Omega versus Hiroshi Tanahashi. And this was a match that had been protected for a very, very long time, almost 2 years. And Kenny Omega coming in with a lot of doubt about his future in question with the company. And Hiroshi Tanahashi kind of turning back the clock, winning the G1 Climax that year. These two guys during the presser and the build just talking about their different ideologies and their styles of wrestling and philosophies. And once they got into the ring, no one knew what was going to happen. There was a lot of backstage elements at play, but man, did they ever deliver. For me, one of the best matches of the year in New Japan, one of the best matches of the decade as well. And just so memorable, especially with the ace regaining the title at a ripe old age. I think it was like 46, which is just really, really awesome. And then finally, my number 1 favorite match of the year, Kota Ibushi versus Jay White, the G1 Climax final. And I love this match from Jay White, basically getting all of the fans to hate him because he upset Naito, who was the projected winner, to him coming out on the night of the match, bringing out the entire Bullet Club after he promised that it would be a fair one-on-one fight, his constant cheating with Gato, his attacking of Kota Ibushi's injured leg all throughout the match, just the little things that he does, and then Ibushi's selling Ibushi's valor and his fighting spirit when he transforms into Murder Kota. And then those last 10 minutes of the match are just so spectacular. Some of the best closing sequences of the entire year. A perfect match, 5 stars, and my favorite match of the year. So that's going to do it for me. Thank you guys for having me on the show. I wish I could have been there. And thank you to the listeners for indulging me and listening to my top 10 favorite matches of the year. Bye.
All right, I'm sure it's a good list by Josh. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure it's a good list. And
thank you, Josh.
Yeah,
thanks, Josh.
Appreciate it, bro. Plugs and whatnot. Jeremy?
Yep. So you can follow me on Twitter at Jeremy L. Donovan, and follow my show, Keepin It Strong Style, at K.I.S. Strong Style. We drop on this feed every Tuesday, and by the time you're hearing this, you probably would already have heard our Wrestle Kingdom preview show that we're having with Chris Samsa from Voices of Wrestling, and we're going to be going into the Tokyo Dome, getting ready to watch 2 nights of Wrestle Kingdom, so check it out.
All right, so thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it and everything, and we'll now be moving on to Stardom 2019.
Hit the music!
And we're back for the second half of the show. And for this half, we're going to be covering Stardom's 2019. As usual, we have Rich, just like we had in the first segment, but in the second segment, we brought out the big guns. We brought out Dylan Fox of the Eastern Lariat. What's going on, Dylan?
Oh, man, I'm so happy to be on with you guys. It's crazy how the things worked in terms of recording right with the new year coming along. But, man, I was so happy to come on. And hopefully we can put in a good show here, do some good work together. I'm really looking forward to it, especially about Stardom. I got nothing but love for you guys for representing the Joshi scene and the women's wrestling scene really tight like that.
It's so funny that, like, we really didn't start covering Stardom this year until, what would you say, probably like May?
I would probably say like in the fallout of the show in New York.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But like, really, for the most part, it was like, I got a subscription January 10th, and then, all of a sudden, on their official Twitter, like, oh yeah, by the way, like, we're getting rid of the entire library dating back years in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. So I started cramming and tried to watch as much stuff from recent memory as I could. I had to rely on like Wrestling Omakase, like History of Stardom show. I had to rely on some of the stuff I could find on YouTube, Joshi City, for example, to try to figure out and piece together some of the history stuff to get me here. But I feel like I'm pretty informed on like this, pretty much everything since the end of 2016 to now. I'm sure there's a few things I've missed, but like I'm kind of up to date, and I just love the promotion, and I love the efforts they put forth on virtually every single card. You always leave a show feeling like you got like 2 or 3 money matches or whatever else, or got your money worth out of it, and like especially their Cork and Hall shows that have blowaway title matches and whatnot. But yeah, let's just go ahead and start getting into it. I don't think you can start talking about Stardom this year for a recap show without talking about the acquisition by Bushiroad. It's just, it got to me. I wasn't keeping close attention to it because I'm more or less just not really worried about the politics of this promotion, especially if you're someone that came into wrestling through WWE and all the promotional and political stuff from that. But to see them, get this influx of resources and whatnot, I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future. Dylan, you have any thoughts on that? Also with, what could happen to the Joshi scene of, after it was already started this year with people defecting to Stardom?
Yeah, man, it's really interesting when you look at the scene in general because it's such an underreported scene in a lot of ways. Before, like you said, now this year, for whatever reason, it seems like through Stardom World and all the official channels, even before the Bushiroad stuff came into play, it felt like some people had their eyes on Stardom a little bit more. And the Joshi scene in general is a bigger landscape, but just for Stardom in particular, Bushiroad buying them is such a big deal because you look at when that same technically this is kind of a splinter group, but it's all under the Bushiroad umbrella. It's not technically the same group that owns New Japan.
Yeah, Kicks Road.
Yeah, exactly. But it's all ultimately it's all under the same Bushiroad umbrella. So when they made such a big deal with New Japan, everyone knows of it now as this big company doing amazing work, doing great things. But back when Bushiroad bought them, they were really in a low place. And the difference in New Japan before Bushiroad bought them and after is like night and day. So obviously I think Stardom is looking at that, as anybody would, I think, in Stardom's position. There was a lot of politics, actually, because a lot of rumors were that WWE was trying to buy Stardom, actually, not just New Japan. And their offer, I know you're laughing, so I know you must have seen the story of their offer.
Like we're going to fly Rossi in, and me was talking about this, about how, like, they're going to fly Rossi in and all the girls in to put him into the WWE Hall of Fame as if he would give a fuck. Like,
they want to treat this dude like he was a grade A mark, like somebody that's not been in the business for like 40 years. Like, come on,
like man. He is Japanese. He is not British.
Facts. Right now, I talked to him when it comes to that British scene right now because a lot of those BritRes fans hated on me when I was trying to tell him. I was trying to tell him about, hey, like that's not right. What's going on there? And it wouldn't happen that way in Japan. And, well, we saw how it happened, like you said. So, a good point on that end. But, yeah.
Don't worry, man. Pete Dunne told us it was going to be all good, man.
Oh, well, man, if you can't trust Pete Dunne, who can you trust in this wrestling game?
Yeah. It was just crazy because, like, with the Pete Dunne thing, just like, look, man, it's fine. You're getting your money. Your friends are getting their money. That's cool. You don't have to. They're giving you a check, but they're not giving you the check to lie for them. They're giving you a check to work for them. I don't get it. But yeah, were there any other thoughts you had on, maybe the, I don't know, what the scene may look like in the future or whatever else? Because, I mean, you hear about Sarie and where she may go. You hear about WWE after, kicking the tires on Stardom and getting, rejected more or less, like where they may go after that, like who could possibly up for grabs. You hear about, Chigusa Nagayo and like where what some weird stuff that may be happening with Marvelous or whatever else. Like, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the there's a double-edged sword to this, because when you look at Stardom, they have a chance for that. Obviously, the other politics are how much it could affect them in a negative way in terms of locker room disarray, because they brought in all of these new talents from other promotions.
Yeah.
And not only does that hurt the other promotions kind of, but it also brings an influx of people to your locker room, and your current locker room may not be feeling that too much. It may not be seen as a good thing. So when it comes to the scene as a whole, the negatives of it is that Stardom now has, not just through Bushiroad, but also their alliance with AEW. That's going to give people, if they want a chance to go to America, because some people, you have to understand, some wrestlers, Joshi or Mins or whatever, they really love America in Japan, kind of like, people in America really like mark out for Japan or whatever. And some people are so yeah, it's really lame.
Do you think it's like the kind of weird, like, fetishized version of America that Americans have for a fetishized version of Japan, you think?
It's not exactly the same, but they do have like a subculture of that, or like a name for people like that. I think it's like Yankees. It's like sometimes a Stardom, sometimes a Stardom Natsu calls Sakikashi about that.
Yeah, I thought that meant like delinquent or whatever. But okay,
it's a similar thing. It's kind of, it kind of goes together. But yeah, so there's a subculture of people like that really love America. But like if you look at WWE, people like Nakamura and Asuka, they were super into American culture. Not necessarily fetishizing, but that they were super into that. So there are some people like that, but there was also some people that are like, they don't want to deal with America. They're cool with Japan. They don't want to leave. So it depends on people. But if you have somebody like that in Japan and they see them in AEW, that's going to cause them to take a second look. And if they want more money and more popularity and more fame worldwide, that's why. And a lot of people also see that too, that even if they don't love America, they see America as the top wrestling place in a lot of ways. I think a lot of that is just towards the size of the countries, because Japan's a lot smaller. Yeah. But so that could be a thing. The negatives of that is that they could take people now more easily. That really hasn't happened too much yet, just outside of a couple of notable examples, and obviously one really notable example. But the Judas, as some people call her. But there's also a positive in that now we've seen talk from people like Miyu Yamashita in Tokyo Joshi Pro, and some people in, not that they're coming, but they've seen talk about what I'm going to say. That you've seen people like Iroha and Chigusa Nagayo, like you mentioned in Marvelous. They don't want Stardom to take off and overwhelm everything else in the scene. They want to say, and Miyu said something to the effect of like, I won't let Stardom run alone in Bushiroad or whatever. Like, we're all here. And actually, if you look at the numbers for each promotion, obviously in the West, Stardom is ahead. Like, they're the top promotion to Westerners. But if you look at the numbers in Japan, a lot of the other companies, like just look at Ice Ribbon, their Ribbon Mania show today, as we're recording this, actually drew a big... Don't spoil me. Don't spoil me. Oh, yeah, I'm not spoiling nothing. Okay. I'm just telling you that shout outs to Ice Ribbon right now. So thank you for actually caring about that. But like I said, basically the thing is they drew more than Stardom's year in Climax, just a week ago. So all these other promotions, it's not as one-sided as it is in other companies. Like New Japan's way ahead of, Noah or whoever the number 2 is.
Japan.
Yeah, exactly. They're way ahead of them. And WWE's way ahead of everybody in America. But for Joshi, Stardom's not that far ahead of these other companies. So if they want to step up, and this could be if they want to step up, they can reach them. But this is going to give them a little bit of extra motivation now that they have a quote unquote machine behind them that they can fight pretty much.
Yeah, like what was the what's the event that was in August in Oz Academy that had the death match between Uzaki and Hiroyo? What was the name of that? What's the name of that venue?
Oh, that was Yokohama, right? I think.
I think so, but it's a huge venue. Like, yeah. Some of these places are, obviously because of Stardom World and names like Kyrie and Io, like that's, and also Mayu, like it's out here on the west side, but like domestically, it's a more of an even ball game. I'm just worried about it's getting to a point to where are they going to just basically just try to cannibalize the scene, and then does Tokyo Joshi Pro, who's funded by I can't remember, some gigantic
DDT,
company as well,
right?
Yeah, DDT. But DDT's getting Yeah, DDT's getting funded by somebody, I forgot, but like, when do they decide to? Are they going to be in a situation where it's like, what if ROH decided to like, flex its financial muscle in the same way, and then it starts becoming like it's going to be 2 labels in Japan.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
So like my thought of everything how wrestling works, whenever like some big money comes in on one side, there's always going to be something else to like, gather up whoever, like. And that could be WWE coming back in and be like, oh, okay, Stardom, you didn't want to play? Well, okay, we're going to basically try to round up the rest of this place against you. It'll be hard, but, they'll try.
Yeah, I wonder, Stardom's off the table. They're not going to get Tokyo Joshi Pro. Like,
they could get Sendai.
I mean, you gotta remember, the thing about Sendai's like a freelance promotion, so like, they pretty much only
Mako Satomura. I mean, they already got her.
You're right. For some reason, you said
that's the rumors.
You're right. Yeah. You said Sendai, and I thought you said Seedling. Sorry, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, I forgot. Isn't she already like getting a check?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what people speculate. Like, so I haven't seen any proof of that, but it's very you can kind of add up the evidence, so to speak. That could be, but you were right on Seed about them too. You got that roster is like 5 people or something.
It's
total on the roster.
Yeah, it's Arisa Nakajima,
like a Fire Pro roster.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's Arisa Nakajima, it's Nanai Takahashi, it is Yoshiko, and Nasuki Tayo is the ref. I mean,
and Police.
No, that's Oz Academy.
Oh, Raw side.
And then they have a rookie. They just made a pro recently. So I think they're that's their roster. And then they bring in a bunch of people from Marvelous and all around to help fill out the rest of the rosters and bring in also imports.
Literal Fire Pro.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and their shows are good, really damn good. I mean, you saw their one of their best matches of the year, but like Nanai was on a tear at certain points this year. But anyway, back to actual Stardom as opposed to the Joshi, the entire major Joshi landscape. I thought they had a really good year. I remember listening to Omakase last year, and it felt like the promotion was kind of in a standstill, just waiting for like, we all know Io's leaving. When is she going to leave? And then, she put over Momo in a big way, and then we kind of takes us to where we are throughout the year. And I thought, from what I know of that to the way people got pushed, like someone like Konami who was able to break out with TCS, someone like Jungle didn't have to, carry the burden of Jan just being a bunch of pain eaters and her. I thought that TCS was a huge success this year, and I feel like in a way with that promotion, with that particular faction, with that top 3 in that faction, and like Hannah being kind of like the weakest leader, but like just being the biggest draw, but like not feeling like having to be a leader because you have those big guns next to her. I felt like that threesome was able to just feel kind of like they were all 3. They're all like a whole, and they're kind of equals as opposed to, okay, so like, Mayu's is the leader of stars. We know that Arisa and Tam are the next 2 in command, and then like you kind of get a hierarchy as opposed to like TCS is equals. How do you feel about that throughout the year?
Oh, for me, I think that they did a great job of, like you said, I felt like it was destined for Hana. That's like, she's everything they want in like a Stardom wrestler. And they were able to elevate 2 people who are a lot different than Hana stylistically.
Yeah.
But also, like, by linking them with Hana, it elevated them. So it's like all 3, like, kind of came together. It was like a perfect match. And they also, in the trios matches, they have strengths that Hana doesn't have in ring. So it's like it all worked out really well. So I agree with you.
Sounds like Undisputed Era. Before Cole took the fuck off.
Yeah.
I can feel that. Hey, that's going to happen next year. Hana's getting that mega push. Like I said, after Terrace House and all that, I think she's going to be one of the main people in Stardom. But she's going to be the Adam Cole of Stardom right now, for sure.
That's funny because like Rich made a great point about like the parallels between Undisputed. But another thing that Tokyo Cyber Squad and Hannah gets the comparison to is like she gets LIJ Naito comparison.
Yeah. They get compared a lot, and a lot of the fans that because a lot of Stardom fans in New Japan, there's actually a pretty solid crossover among them. So whenever they, I see fans of both, they always compare those two, Hana to Naito and LIJ to TCS. So you were right on the button with that one. Good job.
Yeah, it's also good with that comparison because like Jungle and Konami are like the two better wrestlers out of three. The same way to like this year, like you have Shingo and Hiromu, and they're better than wrestlers and Naito at this point. Like lots of parallels, lots.
Oh man, I hope you don't get people trashing you for that take because you just spoke facts to people right now, but a lot of people don't want to hear it about Naito.
One thing about us, like we gonna put our name on it, so
I feel you, man.
Yeah, we exist in this space. We have to talk about like institutional racism in the wrestling world, like almost seemingly every other week. Like, so I'm not concerned about some LIJ marks. I'm not really concerned at all.
Hey, like I said, shout outs to that already. Like I said, that's a double good point right now. Y'all are already in the thick of things with your normal stuff on there. So I feel you on that. But it was a great comparison though, and compared to Stars, I think the thing with that is, I think that they actually, like you said, there's much more of a hierarchy because Mayu is always going to be, at this point, maybe next year you could see Arisa take that step forward. But as it is, Mayu's always going to be above the others. And Arisa, she carried herself in a certain way as well. But then they pretty much separated them for the rest, pretty much the entire year until the tag team with Tom Nakano. Because if you remember in their match, Arisa won pretty easily. And Arisa was much more of a competitor in terms of the 5-star Grand Prix, although Tom did a great job of that as well as Mayu. But they really separated them more than in Tokyo Cyber Squad. And also, I think the thing with Stars is they're more similar as wrestlers than Tokyo Cyber Squad is. It's more like they complement each other. And Stars are just like, they're all great in their own way, but they're more similar stylistically. And at TCS, you have all separate types of people in there, which I think is really cool. But I got one question for you. If TCS is LIJ or Undisputed Era, who is Death Yama-san in that hierarchy?
See, the thing is, it'd be hard for me to say this because, like, I like Def Yama-san in her high-speed matches a lot more than Bobby Fish, but I guess you would have to be the odd person not to be Bobby Fish, yes.
Nobody wants to be Fish.
Nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
And she kind of actually has, the couple times I've seen her, she has like a kind of out there nature like Hiromu does. I wouldn't compare her to Evil or Sonata like charisma wise. Yeah. She would actually be kind of more like Hiromu.
Yeah, that's a good comp, yeah.
Yeah, like, I remember when obviously I saw her in Jan doing the, being basically the third, the number 3 for Jan or whatever else, but like, once they brought her in and then like she dresses up like Gene Simmons from K.I.S., and then like, all she says is deaf, and and then they put her back in the high speed, picture, and like, she's having killer matches with Hazuki and, and whatnot is like, this, obviously she has her own promotion in YMZ or whatever else, but like her just coming in, like, also you can also say the same for Natsu, but like them coming in, like they just help add in, like, not just with bodies, but like with personality.
Right. Yeah. Totally agree with that. And I think this gimmick must have came into play probably at like a 4 a.m. after a YMZ show. She was at the bar, like I said, she couldn't control herself, and somehow she just came up with this Death Yama-san gimmick. When K.I.S. hit the speakers on the jukebox or whatever, she was like, I have a great idea for a gimmick, guys. Like, let me do what I want. But yeah.
Given her like elaborate, prolific career as a comedy wrestler, she's probably at the point where almost like when it comes to Jericho, she's like, hey, I bet you $5 I can do some shit out here and it'll get over. And then she's like, all right, I bet you $5. What are you gonna do? Dress up like that guy on that album cover on that t-shirt. All right. And then next thing you know, like,
I got you.
Exactly. It's just like when Jericho was out here getting it over. It.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, not taking off from Stars. I mean, I guess the next way to go at that point it would be. I mean, I guess we'll save Oedo-Tai for last. But Queen's Quest. I mean, I feel like they're in a solid space. They're like the most stable group amongst the factions or whatever else. Like you just have TCS. It just came to fruition in April. Stars with Tam and Arisa always going back and forth. And Mayu not really being that good of a leader, but being okay. And then with Oedo-Tai, and who knows what the future holds for them now with the 2 retirements. But I feel like when I came at the beginning of the year, like I immediately attached myself to Queen's Quest. 1, because that's EO's old faction, and then 2 was like they just had a stable of just knock down, drag out workers. So it was like when they come in and they have Momo and B and Utami and at that time Konami and the young girl in Azumi, you're just like
Azumi.
They're so stacked, and like it's just a bunch of tweener / tough heels or whatever you want to call them, depending on the situation. They just come out there and they just wrestle their ass off. Like, what's not to love about this group of women?
Man, you just summed them up pretty much. Like I said, you told the truth right now. To me, Queen's Quest, they're kind of underrated, like among a lot of Stardom fans, because I think a lot of people kind of venture towards I think Tokyo Cyber Squad and Oedo-Tai have the characters that people resonate with. But if you want to talk about wrestling, it's like Momo, her white belt run was like legendary. You could call that one of the best title runs of any title in Stardom. Obviously that came to an end this year, but you look at this group up and down. Azumi to me was one of the highlight people of the 5-star Grand Prix. If you look at her matches, such a young performer, all the brightest future in the world. B with the red belt run. And Utami, she's kind of like, she was the super rookie. 8 matches in, she was having like 4 or 5, 4.5 star matches or whatever you want to say at Stardom. And this year she had the injury, obviously, that kind of took her out of the tournament.
2 injuries.
But she had some great matches in and out. Even on the New York show, her match, that was like one of my worst moments of the year. You told me about the failures we were going to talk about, but right now the biggest failure has to be when they cut off the feed during her and Momo's match on the New York show.
I didn't know that happened. I was there, so I guess I lucked out.
Same here.
Something they didn't cut off the feed, but the stream got messed up during that match, the live feed. Wow. If you look back, you can see them on their Twitter profile talk about that. Like, we're sorry. And I was like, no, like when that happened. It was horrible. Y'all were lucky. Y'all saw the full match live.
Yeah.
See, but but anyway, Queen's Quest, they're a really good group. I think that, like I said, kind of underrated because of the lack of the big characters. Mm-hmm. Momo and Utami, they're more like straightforward, so to speak. I think Azumi can really have that character if they let her go. But I really think it's a well-rounded group in terms of the in-ring, and I really like them.
Yeah. So
I think we got to give B some love too. Cause,
that's what I'm going to ask you. Like, where is he, what are your thoughts on B compared to, you're in this, you've been in this for a long time. I'm more new to it. And then I kind of didn't watch any Stardom until this year, aside from a couple matches I saw of Kairi, cause I was a huge fan of Kairi's. But like, what is your thought of like the 2019 she actually had compared to the 2019 that AEW fans that don't see her that often have of her, or like for flat out the Joshi gatekeepers think she had?
Well, to me, you have to look at her compared to where she started at. And I know you guys might not have seen that, but when she started, she was pretty bad, and she's really improved. Yeah, right. Yeah, she's really improved. Honestly, I think her her match where she won the belt versus Kagetsu was a really strong match. Way kind of underrated, overlooked in the year. And some of her matches, her match in August, I think it was the same show that had the Jungle and Arisa match. I forget who she faced. It might have been Kagetsu. It was Momo. See, there you go. See, that was another really good match that she had there. I think she brings something to the table in terms of her personality. She's a solid worker. She's not the best wrestler in the company. I wouldn't even try and fool you with anything like that. But she, you have to consider her experience level, where she was at, her skill set. I think she did as good of a job. If anything, if you want to criticize her, your criticism should be more towards the company pushing her over perhaps other people, but not on her, because I think she did as good of a job as she could in her role. She was fine as red belt champion. She wasn't terrible at all. I thought she did a fine job, not bad at all, and well improved from where she was. So shouts out to B. You know, I got to give her some credit there.
I always thought it was funny how every time she would get introduced, she would get 1 streamer, 0 streamers, 2 streamers, and then eventually her and Jamie started getting hip to the game, and she started, you know, collecting the streamers to throw them on herself, which popped me insanely. But yeah, I thought B was just a fast-paced, explosive wrestler. When I watch, you know, wrestling with guys, those are the things that I look for, and I've enjoyed her pretty much all year.
Do y'all think that maybe, like, because she smashes Ospreay, that gives, you know, people double criticism towards her? Like, they're automatically against her?
Well, I mean, there's, you know, obviously there's white girl in Japan hate, right?
That kind of heat.
Like, she has that kind of heat. She has, you know, Gaijin heat, which is, you know, I mean, that always comes with the territory of, you know, like, we don't want you to kowtow to this incoming fucker when I've been watching this promotion and watching these women bust their ass and kill each other for years for you to bring this woman in after months and to win the top title in the promotion. I understand that. But like, the way you would hear people talk about her compared to like the vast improvement she made, like, I feel like, you know, the 3 most improved people in the promotion this year from last year at any point to this year would be like Tam, her, and Arisa. So it's like, yeah. I don't get I'm watching it. I didn't see much of her in 2018 because the catalog got wiped out to like November of last year. But from what I've seen, like, she's about as good as anyone. Like, especially her Grand Prix. Her Grand Prix is one of the better Grand Prix in the year. Like, I was actually like wrote out like star ratings for this thing, and like her average star rating was like a top 5, top 6 star rating in the tournament. So I never really got why people disliked her so much, aside from she, you know, what we just discussed about her being new and her being so bad at the beginning or whatever else. I was kind of like, I mean, I understand, but like, that things have changed. We have new data now.
Yeah, I think people gotta take that into consideration, especially, and just can't get married to the stuff that, you know, happened before a whole year ago.
Yeah, and Rich, when we were covering earlier in the year, covering for Stardom, made a great point about like, another problem that she was having was that she was having like, you know, like almost 4-star matches while Arisa was going out here cranking out 4.5s on a monthly basis in Korakuen for title defenses. And, you know, like some of the better title defenses that B had was like the Sapporo show, against Konami. That's like 4 flat, but like it's not at Korakuen Hall. So I felt like, so, you know, people are just more or less like coming in and just like cherry picking, like, okay, well, I'm just going to go to watch their pay-per-view more or less. And you see B have good matches, but then you see Arisa, you know, a lot of times second from the top, like outshining her. That's gonna, you know, that's gonna basically make you think differently than what reality is.
Yeah, see, that was kind of where I was going at. If you want to blame somebody, put it on the promotion, not really her, because it's not her fault that, like, Stardom's roster is so talented. Like, to me, I really didn't have her that high, but I also don't think she had a bad tournament either. It's just the fact that all of these you got like 12 or 13 people like averaging over 3.5 stars or something in the tournament, on my book. So it's like, you know, if you're going to drop down, you say, yeah, she doesn't deserve it over these people. But you have to consider the talent level is so high there that she fulfilled a role. Like, they didn't push her because they said, you know, B is way better than all of your Japanese favorites. It was, you know, it was just that, you know, like, look, like, we have a role for her, and we needed somebody to pass the torch off of Kagetsu and her, because remember, Kagetsu had a long red belt reign too. Yeah. They didn't want to go right to Mayu right then, so they needed somebody to pass the torch along a little bit or bridge the gap from Kagetsu to Mayu. So you have to really consider that, and I think a lot of fans aren't really fair. I actually agree with you, to be honest with you on that one.
And I think when you talk about the Mayu thing, like, I think they did a really good job with, like, B being the champion and being the person that, like, held the title until it was time for Mayu to win it, and they held it off very well with Mayu. And at points where I was getting frustrated. Like, I know how we were just talking about the LIJ Naito marks and how they've been holding off his big win and the 2 title thing and New Japan. I'm sorry, and for the double dash thing, and then him losing the G1 this year, not even making the final to Jay White. Like, when she lost that match, she lost the block final to Momo and Korakuen. Obviously I ended up getting spoiled. Thanks, Jim Valley. I ended up getting spoiled on who won, who ended up winning the Grand Prix. But like, watching it, I didn't know who made the final. So while I'm watching, I'm like, I'm sorry. They're in the same, we were saying block, but like, going into it, had I not known that, I would have been like, totally deflated knowing that like, oh my gosh, I thought this was, all this was leading back to like, she was going to, win after losing the Grand Prix last year, she's going to win it this year, and then like actually win the title back. And then like, really, what they did was, all right, we're going to send, or Hannah's the hottest, we'll have Hannah win the thing, and then she'll send Hannah, packing, which make you super mad, which will then make it to where like, when it's time for Mayu, everybody in the world will want Mayu to win this thing. So that was smart booking, more restraint than I would have had, but like, at the time, watching as a fan, I was like, wow, like, I can't believe that she failed again. Maybe like, this is just where she is because of injuries, and she's gonna be just, around doing utility work as a top star. That sounds weird, but maybe that's what it is. Nope.
No, they gave her, she's the top champion at the end of the year, pretty much. But I also, like I said, I really think ultimately she's never going to be able to overcome like the stuff on Twitter, like with Ospreay and all that, because I think people are automatically against her for that. That's just my take. I may be completely wrong, but
hey, that's there.
Yeah, well, that's definitely there. Especially like people love to blame women for like the dudes that they date being foolish in a way that like does not happen when women say something foolish online, and like you attach whatever beef you have with the woman to a man. It's the stupidest thing. It's like whenever like a quarterback is like dating some famous woman, like, and they don't do well, it's like, oh, well, at the household, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, man, like, you're bugging the fuck out.
I was that guy with Romo back in the day. I was when he was Jessica Simpson. So, like I said, I can't criticize these fans right now because I've been in those shoes. Okay,
but that was like 2006. You should say like, look, I've grown, I've learned to err in my ways. There's always a road to redemption.
Damn near 2 decades later. That's
I'm still holding that against him right now. Even as a commentator right now, I can't take it, man.
You still mad about him and her and Witten going to Mexico for that during their bye week? That's what it is. Hey, listen. Hey,
this is a totally different sport. I'm jumping to a different sport now. But NBA, Chandler Parsons, I was a Memphis Grizzlies fan when he went to Mexico with Bella Thorne. I was done with that dude. With that dude.
He's gonna break your heart anyway.
Scam the Grizzlies.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, you're gonna give me a brain aneurysm right now. Even I don't know. I never wanted to get to Chandler Parsons ever in my life, but and we've come here all from B Priestley. So how did this happen, people? But that's what it's about right now. See, that's what this show's about right now. But if you did want to give some legit talk about B, it's that she did have her little thing with Sadie Gibbs and all that on AEW and the Britt Baker thing. But that was just an accident. People like went way too far on all that. I feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that wasn't really fair. They're not really fair sometimes to any of these people, like wrestlers and stuff like that. In my opinion, a lot of people are kind of like too harsh sometimes.
Yeah, I think another thing with the AEW thing is like they're so used to women's wrestling in WWE and women's wrestling in WWE, and frankly, before NXT became kind of like a hired gun promotion or whatever you want to call it. Like the style was so, or I don't want to say soft, but like it was not hard hitting. So so you definitely don't see that with the women. Like, I mean, aside from like Charlotte or whatever else when she, gets her mouth busted open or whatever else. So like to go from, a promotion where women are hitting each other, not necessarily as hard as like, Seedling or anything, but like they're hitting each other hard on a consistent basis compared to what you see in America. And then Britt ends up catching a concussion. Like people probably were taken aback. It's like, oh my god! It's like, dude, I hit, and like B's probably like, I hit people like that harder like all the damn time. What's the problem?
Yeah, like I said,
But of course, you can't come out and say that. So
right, like, look, I'm out here abusing these Japanese women. You can't be saying that, right? Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, facts.
But yeah, I mean, I guess we can move on from B in the Queen's Quest talks. I mean, I just love them, and I hope that eventually, like, either they finish the storyline out of Azumi or Starlight Kid is the next. Will be eventually the next high speed champion. Yeah, I mean, now I guess we can talk about Oedo Tai and get to the main event now, because I don't know if this faction is going to exist. I don't know if it changes. I don't know who's going to be the leader after all this. What are your thoughts on this, Dylan?
Oh man, it's just wild right now, everything that's going on. And they already were kind of like, they lost somebody with Miyagi. Right. And that really didn't work out, just in their own booking, not necessarily leaving. Like, right. And then you have Hazuki and then Kagetsu like leaving right away. So it's kind of crazy. It just feels like this group they had their own aesthetic, and it felt like, to me, just honestly, that they were kind of getting toned down regardless, because you look at how their arc of their stories went. They lost the dance, and that's what that was something that was popular with them. Kagetsu lost the red belt, and they've kind of been on a little bit of the background in terms of booking. And now you lose 3 people. We just saw it last year. You mentioned them earlier with Jungle Assault Nation, which that was really heartbreaking for me. I was such a big fan of that group, like Jungle Kyona.
Lovable losers, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, listen, I just told you I'm the Grizzlies fan, so I'm with the underdogs right now. Okay, they were the Grizzlies of Joshi right now on this. But now Oedo Tai, they did the thing where they broke them up at the draft. We don't really know what Bushiroad's thoughts are on the draft concept, because that's something that's real unique to Stardom. No other company really does that with the factions draft. So I don't know if they even want to keep that or they're going to cut it out, but they should keep it, just because of the interest it builds. It's something that the fans believe in, both in Japan and in the West. I feel like a lot of the Western fans really believe in it. So if they were going to do something similar now, to where it's time to cut, ties, somebody's got to lose ship or whatever, Oedo Tai needs to be the one to go, because they're just in a little bit of disarray right now. Unless my only other alternative theory is that Natsu takes the reins and leads the group, because Natsu is very amusing to me, a very entertaining performer. So if they wanted to give Natsu her own crazy group, I'm into that. But otherwise, I think they're probably going to be on the outside looking in. And aesthetically, I just don't think they're what Bushiroad will want. If you look at how they book New Japan and their factions, as well as the other 3 in Stardom, I just think they kind of stick out a little too much, and they're going to try and I'm not going to say they won't have a 4th faction. I just think that they're going to kind of switch the pieces around and rebrand. Maybe somebody jump ship like an Azumi or somebody like that. It takes over a faction, but they're going to try and do something a little different. I think the Oedo Tai, and it was so different from what it started out originally. And I don't know how much you guys know about this, but originally it was basically like this wrestler called Aki Yasukawa, and it was like all her,
the person that Kairi's now cosplaying as now. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, even down to the face markings now too. Yes, so facts on that. I never even thought about that. It's crazy. Like, now that you mentioned that, it's totally true. But I never even thought about it. But so it was her and all her foreigner friends, and there was some ideology there that we don't need to get into. It would take too long. But more so, it was totally changed when Kagetsu took over.
Right.
And now everything's a lot different. And, it just feels like it's time for that to kind of lay low. And they can rebrand and do something a little bit different going into the new year.
What do you think about Julia possibly stepping in either as a faction leader or an Oedo Tai leader? This is something I've kind of peeped online, is people were feeling like the wagons are circling for Julia to basically get something made in her image.
Yeah, see, that's another one where I think the outside the ring, similar to B, is that's going to follow her for a lot of people for a while. Because you've seen a lot of the reactions to her stuff hasn't been too positive ever since she's gotten to Stardom. But, when Ice Ribbon, she was such a talented wrestler, so I can't hate on her too much on that end. In terms of being a faction leader, if she has really everything you want out of a star, and what Bushiroad would want out of a star, She's got the look. She's got the charisma. The in-ring, she's still really, like, young. I don't want to say green, per se, but she's still, she hasn't reached her peak yet in the ring. So she's got room to grow, and she's got everything else down. So she would be a perfect fit as a leader of, again, Oedo Tai has really kind of lost its way in terms of the ideology of it. So if they wanted to put her in or just have her start her own faction, she would be perfect, I think, in this roster, because she has the aura, and the way she carries herself, I think, is to me, she's already one of the top in the company in terms of how she carries herself as a star, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was my first thought with the Julia thing, because, and I don't, the people that are saying, or I guess people that are online saying that, I guess she's a rough wrestler. I mean, I've only saw her match with Maya Yuki from earlier in the year.
That was an awesome match too.
That was an awesome, brutal match, right? That actually built like a main event match in most places anyway. And, I see her Hazuki match. I loved her Hazuki match. I probably would have went four flat for it. I really was impressed with her match with Saki, because I think Saki's only good. And then I saw her match with Hannah, and though I didn't like it as much as the two matches I just talked about before, I recognize that, Hannah's a brawler at heart.
Yeah.
So,
true.
I think she, from what I've seen of her, she fits right in with the rest of the women that are on the roster. Is she Mayu or Kagetsu as a wrestler? No, but those are the top two. So for me, I could see that, and you see the way they're positioning her now, that's kind of what it seems like they want for her. And so I don't really mind it. I see I believe in the goods as much as Bushiroad does at this point. Or, Rossi / whoever else you want to throw in there, Kadani.
Yeah, all of them. Probably all of them probably see that.
Right.
That's why things worked out how they did, pretty much, because they really wanted her. Yeah. And, the talent's there, the look's there, the charisma's there. I think you're so right about, I actually said that same thing on my most recent Pure Heart show about Joshi wrestling. I said that same thing about Hana. It's her style, she's much better as a brawler than a pure wrestler, and I think Julia could fit that same image. But they both have the character behind them too, and I think that's really what they look for, especially if you're going to be a top, a leader of a faction. They want a distinct character, and she's somebody that stands out among the rest. So I think she'd be an awesome pick. I really couldn't name anybody I'd rather have, to be honest, outside of the three that are already leading, pretty much.
I mean, I would love to see.
I've got to depart. You guys, but I just want to thank Dylan for jumping on this with us for the end of the year. Definitely look forward to having you back. And Arisa Hoshiki, Stardom Wrestler of the Year, and I'm up out of here.
Yeah, you're my man right now. Thank you, Rich. I said thank you, Rich. I said facts.
All right,
facts right now. Man, yes. He stole my talking point when we went to the year-end thing. I was gonna big up Hoshiki. Now he steals it from me. So thank you, Rich, for that. But sorry we couldn't do it more longer. But still, me and you, James, we still got it going on here. So let's keep it going. But yeah, who are you gonna say that you wanted to lead the faction?
I mean, I would love to give Jungle another shot at it, right? Because I believe that she was. Watching her at the beginning of the year, I would say, or starting at the beginning of the year, watching the shows, for me, the two people that immediately stuck, or the three people that immediately stuck out of me were, that people I did not know about anyway, were Hazuki because of her just well-roundedness as an in-ring performer, Konami because of the technical proficiency, because she's just a freaking surgeon, and then Jungle because of how much she, compared to the other leaders anyway, Kagetsu was a great leader, but you just saw Jungle, but she's doing it from the side of she's like a playful heel sort of thing, so you don't see that affection for the rest of the group. But Jungle was so caring with the group in the stuff with Natsuko, and Natsuko, not really, being kind of a loafer, that kind of. You can see it just building of how much you're not really here for the team or whatever. You can see, I thought she was such a great leader, and then in the draft elimination match where she's the last one eliminated, is her and Hannah, and she ends up losing, and you can see everybody in Jan, aside from Natsuko, on the floor with Jungle, and everyone's crying, and Jungle just I ended up saying after that point that, like, I thought she was the best loser in professional wrestling. Like, nobody was better after that red belt match in January at the Korakuen against Kagetsu, and then after she lost in her hometown to Momo of all people, like, I was like, she's the best loser. Like, I don't think there's anybody, even including Johnny Gargano, I don't think there's anybody that's better at, like, you feel the stakes of the match on this person as they fail, and then you're almost like, oh my god, how does this person get out of bed tomorrow? So that's what kind of like immediately attracted me to Jungle, just like how you can see how much he cared, that sort of thing.
Oh man, I completely agree with you. Like I said, that's why to me, Jungle Assault Nation was like my favorite faction when they came in, because of Jungle's, ability to her. And she's got everything. Like, to me, I like wrestling wise, she, like you said, she jumped out right away. Literally, I saw her very first match that she had. And she was awesome, like, right away. Wow. I don't know how much you know this, but she's already reminded me. She's always reminded me of somebody from Mexico, Cavernario. Like, I always thought she was like the Joshi version. Really? Of him. Yeah. I always thought she was like she could be like the Joshi version of him, but actually because of her size, it's like she works such a different style. But I always thought that she had it. And she's tweaked her gimmick right now too. Like, she's really not, because when she first debuted, she was like, look, I volunteered in Senegal. Like, look at my jungle roots and all this other stuff. And now she's more like
an island woman or something. Yeah, it was.
It was a little weird, but she had more of like a. That kind of deal, pretty much. That's why she reminded me. That's why she reminded me of Cavernario. But she actually changed her gimmick. It's funny because she actually, somebody told me that she looks like how Kairi used to look a little bit. She's kind of morphed into like a jungle Kairi hybrid in 2019. And I was like, she doesn't really wrestle that way, though, is the thing about that. Maybe it's just the face paint. I think it's the face paint little thing there. But, I think I completely agree with you. If you were going to build somebody around her, and I just hope if that were to happen, and this is something that I really wish would happen, either in 2020 or some year, because I think if she got that big win, winning the red belt or whatever, if they actually gave that a big build-up, she could kill it. Like, if they put that in there, because you believe in her so much, just like you said, she's such an amazing loser that, man, if that actually happened, like, people would go freaking nuts. It's like when the Cubs won the World Series. Like, nobody expected it to happen. I'm a Cubs fan too, so I have to shout out that. But when I won, I was losing it. So if Jungle actually won, that would be like the Joshi version of that, I feel like. So you got to give her props.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because, like, this promotion like has this huge long character arc of Mayu, and Mayu was absolutely, that lovable loser as well, and then she became the icon while this all happening, and that's why, I believe that's why most people like are so happy for Mayu's success, given in like, she's the she's in the first class of the dojo. She's out here getting her ass kicked by Natsuki Tayo in the Night Takahashi. Like, she's getting her head kicked off by Arisa. Arisa clearly and Yoko Bito clearly have favor over her. And she just keeps sticking around. She's the last one to win. And then she ends up following Io around, and then, she gets some success on her own, and then, the company changes after the shoot thing, and she's one of the three people they were relying on so heavily from even before, like even 2014 into the past, and they're surviving off of those three, and then they shoot that heel turn or whatever else, and the crowd kind of, doesn't fall for the heel turn with Io because they love Io so much, but like that whole track, all that stuff tracked to where it's like, look what you've done over these years, and it's like, you also have that at play with like the Momo stuff in the Jungle stuff with their breakup as a tag team, and Momo just like, leaving her to join with Io, and then like she was always in front, and she's never caught up still, but like you see how much she's grown. I mean, even over the last couple years, to where like I don't think, aside from Kagetsu or Mayu, I don't think I trust anybody else to have a big match in her.
I mean, I completely agree with you, and I think a lot of fans, like, she's honestly like pretty much unanimously liked. Yeah. I feel like among the fans, like, because there's always somebody, even like with Hoshiki, everyone's like going to jump up and be like, "Oh, she wasn't that great this year," or there were other people better than her, or whatever.
Yeah, Rich got off the air saying that thing about Hoshiki because, like, for me, like, I feel like her matches are too formulaic. Like,
yeah, see, you're one of those guys right now.
Look, here's the thing, right? When we go over our top 10 matches,
Yeah.
she's going to be number 1 and 3 on my match list. The thing for me is, like, aside from her, like, her Grand Prix, I thought she had an okay Grand Prix. I didn't think she was like I thought she was like somewhere in the middle of the pack. And like, I watch all these shows. Like, I've watched every match in Stardom this year, since the draft, or since Madison Square Garden or the New York show, aside from like the undercard of the Grand Prix. So like, I'm watching all these multi-person tag matches, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you forget she's in there at times. So like, for me, it was like, okay, I'm watching I see all the talent around her. I see, you know, everybody else. And I'm like, okay, she's middle of the pack. And then she wins Cinderella over Konami, and I'm like, not happy about that. I'm like, Konami's a killer. So, and then she beats, Momo, and I'm like, wonder why they did that. She's not even over. And then she has a match with Tam, and like, at that point in time, Tam was like so impressive as a wrestler. Like, she's almost like this fancy restaurant that has like a menu that goes like 80 pages deep of all the stuff she can do in the ring. And, you know, they have that match. It's an incredible match. It's my favorite Stardom match of the year. But I was just like, I was in a way heartbroken, like, well, she won, but like, she did not perform her, so we'll see where this goes. And then like, progressively, like, she has a match with Hazuki because they had that, you know, the rivalry or whatever else, and another great performance, but she's also like getting outperformed by Hazuki in the match. I'm just like, okay, cool. And then like, at a certain point, like, I recognize like, okay, so like, the thing with her matches is like, she doesn't do anything with her hands or her arms. So I was just like, I'm watching matches, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give that like 4 1/4. But she didn't do anything with her arms, and like, that, I'm kind of like, I'm a person that like, I want to see like the interaction of all the skills you have. And I feel like a person that's complaining about Shaq not being able to shoot, free throws, right? It's like, she's incredible. Shut up. But in the back of my mind, I'm just like, that's not the wrestling I really want.
Yeah.
But she's great. I still love her matches when she has big matches, whatever else. But for me, it's just like, you know, there's certain things that I think she can still develop because she's still, you know, new. She's only been back for like a year or 13 months, whatever. So I'm still optimistic on how good she is and how good she already is. Oh, great. But for me, I'm kind of like, I don't love her like I love the rest of the women right now.
Yeah. See, you're not the only one who feels that way, in all honesty. And I also admit that I'm kind of biased towards her because, like, when she was around her first run, she was the one, like, when this company first started for me, like, she was, like, the one that I thought was, like, the best worker out of everybody. Like, and all, like, that's back when everybody was super young. Like, you know, everybody started at nothing. It was, like, her and Yoshiko were, like, the good workers, and everyone else was, like, just trying to get along pretty much. And then, like, you know, obviously everyone grew and got super awesome. Like, Mayu, she started out, you know, like one of the lowest rated people, but then she got great and obviously became what she was. But when Hoshiki returned, it's like, I never thought that would happen. And then when it did, it was like an unbelievable moment. So I'm kind of, I will admit that I am a little biased towards her a little bit because of all that. I love the Brazilian the question mark kick that she did and everything like that. But to me, like I said, you're not the only one who feels that way, but with Jungle, there really are no dissenting opinions. There's nobody that's like, you know, Jungle, because a lot of people, a lot of the criticism towards Arisa is like, yeah, she's good and all, but look at these people she's had these matches with. They were all better than her in all her matches. Or, you know, you got to give the others credit. But with Jungle, it's like, nobody's like, she was good, but, you know, all these other people were better than her. It's like, no, Jungle's freaking awesome. You know, pretty much, you know. Yeah. So very, very good pick on your part. I think I'd have to agree with you. Like, but to me, unfortunately, the thing about that is that Bushi Road, you know, you never know what they're going to do. But they're always going to see more in Julia than someone like Jungle, unfortunately.
Right. Like, and I just want, and it's funny because of what happened with, you know, comparing the Wrestle Kingdom Night 1 slotting and Jungle slotting on the climax. Like, for me, like, while watching her and watching, like, I feel like she's going to be a loser. She's going to have all these great performances and lose. Like, I kind of like felt like, wow, she's kind of like Ishii in a way. Like, compared to her contemporary, she's old. She has a significant age difference where she's older, and like, you already know, like, this company being so idly that, like, aesthetically, that's not really what they're looking for. Like, they understand the talent, but they don't like the they're not in love with the packaging. So it's like, and then you see by the end of the year where they're both like slotted like so far below like what they've meant to the company. You're just like, oh, okay, they really are one and the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that a lot. And Goto as well. I think Jungle and Goto is a great comparison. A lot of people make as well. Even longer, because she's like somebody that Ishii, he doesn't even really get pushed that far that often. But it's like Goto, it's like they give him that much that like, they tease you and they have him lose. Yeah, and Jungle, it's like they tease you and then they have her lose at the end, pretty much.
Yeah, wasn't Goto the points leader in the B block until the last night?
Yeah, exactly. See, he's always right there, but then he blows it at the end somehow. Like he's the ultimate choke artist. And like Jungle's kind of similar. It's like they've given her a lot of title shots. It's just she's always like, and every one of them, it's like there's no way like she's gonna win. But damn it, she still has a freaking awesome ass match and all those. Never mind how unlikely it is she'll win. She always puts her heart into it. So I got to give her respect on that.
Yeah. So. I mean, I think we covered all the factions, and we've gone through more or less like some of the cool topics of the year. You want to do some predicting for 2020?
Yeah. Like I said, that sounds like a great idea.
Okay. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Okay, I'll hit you with a real easy. Like to me, this is an obvious prediction, but so we'll see where you can go. Like we'll kind of go from there. To me, I think Hana Kimura is going to be the red belt champion in 2020. I think that her ace run is going to start next year. Like so one way or the other. I think when she wins it, that's it's game over for a little while because they love her and she's got like super marketability. She's everything they want. And I think she's going to be someone. And honestly, she's not somebody I'm a huge fan of. Like a lot of these other guys, or like just fans in general on Twitter, guys or girls. Like a lot of these other people that really love her. To me, I'm not like that. I'd rather it be someone like Hoshiki or Mayu, or like other these people like Tam Nakano or somebody like that. Right. But to me, like she's not one of my favorites. But I think for what they look for and the evidence I've seen, like she's going to be the one. And like her run is going to start next year. I feel like as the ace of the promotion. Yeah,
I can see that. I think at the beginning of the year when I first started watching the product, before I started realizing like what levels all the women are as wrestlers, just kind of seeing like mostly the packaging and seeing like, okay, almost all of these women are good, but I don't know like how many of them aside from like Mayu and Higetsu are actually great. So, when I saw Hannah at first, I was like, okay, she's gonna win Cinderella. Like she was my prediction to win Cinderella. Right. Yeah. And then as you watch more, it's like, oh, like she's kind of, she's good. She's undeniably good. But would I say she's very good? Maybe. Would I say she's great? I would stop short of saying she's great. So yeah, I could definitely see, but I was thinking more of I thought, kind of from what I was, you look at the history of both belts or whatever else. I kind of thought that she was more of a fitting for the white belt, but the thing is, it's kind of changed in a way.
Yeah.
The white belt, what it used to mean, kind of is what like fits what the red belt is now.
Yeah.
Now that I never really thought about it since then, since she didn't win the Cinderella, but like now you're talking about like, yeah, it probably is the person that like Mayu hands the belt to or drops the belt to. Yeah. I can see that.
And they might have some kind of like another bridge type of title reign, because they might want to build up to a big match later. But I think one way or the other, Kimura is getting that belt like in 2020, pretty much. And you're right, the belts have kind of like flip flopped as time has gone along. But the last couple of years, the white belt has been like almost the workhorse type of belt with Momo and Hoshiki. So she's kind of like a better fit for the red belt now than what it used to be. So it's kind of wild how that changes. She's a great character. In ring, she's pretty behind some of these other people to me. But also remember that she's not hardly a veteran, and her mom was an unbelievable talent as well. So I will shout that out.
Yeah, shoot fighter. She's out here. Not shoot fighter, but like shoot wrestling.
Yeah, and Queen Bee, like a Battle Art sub brand she was in.
You want to know what's funny? Yeah. Earlier this year, I saw her. This is before WrestleMania. I saw Kyoko have a match with Becky Lynch when she was Rebecca Knox in Japan. And Becky, and this is like 2000, this is the mid 2000s, maybe 2005.
That was a long time ago.
And Becky's rail thin. And you're just like, oh my God, I want to feed this poor woman. She's so skinny. And it's like, and it's so funny to see that like that's where Becky has, you know, has grown from or whatever as a performer and a wrestler, and you know all the work she's put into her body and everything to get to this point. And I'm happy for someone that had to you know hit the road and hit different lands to try to make this dream work. But it was interesting to see that because like I've seen Kyoko when she was some of the Oeotai stuff, and I also saw one match of her and Asuka or Kana, and they're just trying to knock each other's faces off.
Oh yeah, very hard hitting stuff. Again, like I said, and Kana's another one that wrestled in Queen Bee. I talked to the guy behind Battle Arts, Yuki Ishikawa, one of the best wrestlers ever, pretty much. But I was talking to him one time, and the thing he was most impressed with, he didn't want to talk about himself. He only talked about Asuka. And how awesome she was, pretty much. Like, that was his favorite. He was so proud of her. It was unbelievable. And he was like, hey, have you seen... He would, link me to videos on YouTube. He's like, hey, have you seen this Queen Bee show? You might like it. And I was like, yeah, it's all good. But, so hopefully she can get some of that. And she's kind of... Hana is kind of adopting more of a hard-hitting style this year, with more of a brawling than, a technical, sheet stylist style. But still, she's got a little bit of it in her. And I always go back to, Tom Nakano to me. I thought she was well below average as a wrestler for a long time, and somehow or another, somewhere on the line, it clicked, and it's then it's whoa, wait a minute, this is a great, this is a freaking phenomenal talent right now, one of the best. But for a long time, I really didn't see much in her, especially as a worker. And I think maybe Hana has that same potential, especially working with these other people, that she can make that. I don't know if it'll be this year, but maybe 1 year or somewhere along the line, she can hit that switch like Tom did, and really get to that next level. Yeah, the craziest part about this is when it comes to Hannah and B and someone like Arisa and someone like Tam, is that when we're talking about where they are so far, is these are all people that are in their early 20s. Yeah, no. Tam is 30, 31, but the other three, B, Arisa, Hannah, they're all somewhere between 24 and 22. So yeah, it's so interesting to see that you have all, and a lot of them are Utami's 20, 21, Momo's 20 or 19, Konami's 23, 24, Hazuki's 22. It's just wild to see this level of talent all together, and obviously we're losing some of that, but even still you have just a nucleus of in theory, Joshi retirements are always a thing you knock on wood for, but in theory, this is a nucleus. And Julie's what, 23, 24? Something like that? Yeah, super young. Yeah. Right, you have this nucleus of talent that you expect and you would hope, can stay together for, the next half decade. And Joshi just moves along so fast sometimes that you never can tell who's going to retire. Somebody like last year at Wave, Ohata. Amazing talent. Yeah. She just got married, so she retired pretty much. And that's kind of a thing in Japan. That's happened a bunch where somebody will get married and it's well, it's time to start a family. I can't wrestle anymore. Yeah. What about you? Predictions. I think that my main prediction would be that the person that beats Arisa for the belt is going to end up being Tam, and I don't think that would be great. And I think that completes the story. That was kind of the talk throughout Tag League was, I decided to tag with you so I can learn some flaws or whatever else I want. I'm still coming after that white belt, which is this reason why I loved Tam versus Arisa was because given she had the match in January with Momo and Momo beat her, and at the end she said, I just wanted to prove that Stardom is more than just or Stars is more than just Mayu. And she said, I'll never stop coming for that white belt. And then, for this person that she was such a dick to for months and months to, be the person to, take her dream from her,
or her goal. Like that, and then it leads to that match, and it's so emotional, and then they go to the tag league, and I feel like it almost has to come around full circle. I'm kind of concerned now that like Utami is getting the anniversary show match for the white belt, and so like it may be like, oh, I can see them saying, yeah, never mind that, just go with Utami, but we'll see.
Can I just say that I love that feud so much, like Nakano and Arisa. Like that to me has to be the feud of the year in wrestling, because at the start at the start of all this, I was like, because if you remember at the start, it was like Hoshiki was like, "Hey, I want to team with you," and Nakano was like,
"No."
Yeah. It reminded me, like, there's this scene in Mortal Kombat where, like, this character, like, is going up to Shao Kahn, and she's like, hey, I want to lead your armies. You won't find anyone better. And then Shao Kahn's like, a street urchin would do better. Like, that's kind of how it was with Nakano. It's like, you tag with me? Like, screw that.
Yeah.
So then, like, they had everything. There were so many different layers to it. Remember when they had the draft, and Tom was so miserable with the picture?
Like, she was furious, or not furious, but she was bummed out and like almost at tears because like Mayu picked our kid first, and then picked Arisa second, and then Tam third, and then like she was like, I think she said along the lines of like, well, if it's first, it's not. I don't think you really love me or whatever else. And then like she sees Arisa and she's like, this motherfucker got picked before me, and you know how weird she is with Mayu after, she got kicked out of Oedo Tai. Like, she, like, so protective of Mayu and loves Mayu so much, and she's like, that whole build, I thought, like, eventually, Tam was gonna snap and, like, try to murder this woman, like, off air. Like, she's like, this other person is getting Mayu's affection. I cannot have that. You must die. Like, it was very interesting, and, like, in a way that, like, if it was in America, it would have got played up like it was some Mickey James shit. Like Mickey James.
Oh, that would suck.
Crazy Mickey James type of thing in a way. But
the thing is, I also love how that it had a beginning, middle, and even though, like you said, the ending really hasn't been written yet, but I thought the tag league was
well, they closed the chapter very well.
Yeah, exactly. Like the tag league, like finally coming together, was like an awesome finish. Like and that's something you don't ever really see in wrestling. Like a kind of like legit happy ending. Like, so sort of like, at least in this chapter, like I said, because they're gonna eventually they will have cross paths again. But like to have them start off where they started at the year and end it with the tag league and things coming together like that, I thought was like such good storytelling and a very rare instance in wrestling of a feud having a beginning, middle, and end, and it works out for both people like in a good way. So the other thing I'll say, another prediction, I'll give you a couple of quick ones here.
Okay.
I think that, to me, first of all, I think they're going to try and do a surprise America show again. I think there'll be one on WrestleMania weekend and another one that we don't know about.
Okay.
Like I said, because I think they're going to try and do more. I think that's a goal of Bushiroad's, but not just in New Japan, and they're going to link up to them, more or less, like kind of. So I think
like
that's
New
going to be
Japan of America?
Yeah, not exactly like that. I don't think they're going to like form a full promotion. It's more so like, I don't think that Stardom is going to do that, like a Stardom of America or whatever. Like, I mean, they technically have like an office, but they won't do it like they're going to do it. I think that they'll just have a couple of shows, more or less. And also, if they want, that's a thing in their back pocket, even though I don't think this is going to happen this year. But if they wanted for America, the thing about Japan, you have to remember, we were talking about this on my other show. A big reason why, like, the match is going to be a dark match at the Dome, and why
TV.
Yeah, exactly. Like they won't have those restraints in the U.S. with the TV company, so you could have a Stardom match on a live show or something like that if New Japan comes there. Or you could have them at the conventions that we go to. We already saw that, like earlier this month.
Was it the Toronto Expo thing, or whatever?
Yeah. Like, I'm not.
People were so mad when they found it was a dark match, and I was like,
they don't understand.
And I was just like, I didn't think about it, but like once, I was like, oh yeah, they just signed they're on two different TV stations. Of course, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like that, it's just not going to happen. It's not even worth getting upset about it. It's not even that big of a deal, Like, to be honest with you, like even if it wasn't for the TV stations, like they're getting to wrestle on the Tokyo Dome for those 4 girls. Like, that's a huge bonus. Like, it's like for women's wrestling in Japan and for the performers themselves, like, that's going to be a huge deal to wrestle in front of, like, when else are they going to wrestle in front of 40,000 people? You know, no disrespect to Stardom, but it would never happen in their lifetime. Yeah. So they need, this is something really cool for them, and that's the main thing more than anything, I think. So, but yeah, that's what I think. I think they are going to try and make a little bit of a push for America, but I don't like they're not ready to like do like New Japan and have like a side promotion. I think they're going to have some more shows, and maybe in a couple of years they may try that. But right now, I think they're just going to solidify it as a couple of shows in America.
Okay. So one thing I peeped out for a while now, because I've been looking for, because I went to that New York show, like we are like about 20 minutes outside of Tampa. So one thing I've been keeping my mind on is I've been looking at Stardom's schedule as it fills out throughout the year, and there's been a gap in time between April 29th and I think the 11th. I'm sorry, March 29th and April 11th, and that gap has not been filled, and it's been there for weeks and weeks and weeks. And
that has to be the WrestleMania show,
right? So last year they announced, I think on Christmas Eve, that during the climax that they were going to, do the show, but they haven't announced it yet. So I'm just sitting here like, come on, announce it already so I can get these tickets.
What you're thinking about. You want the tickets right now. You see, and WrestleMania is coming right by your area, pretty much. So you're going to want all these. If Stardom comes, you're going to want to scoop those early,
right? And I want to know what time slot they have so that I can I don't want to mess around and buy tickets at the same time thing, because like for me, after last year, like the two things that absolutely I must see, because this will be my fourth WrestleMania weekend. The two things for me that I must see, no matter what, if Stardom has a show, I'm going to Stardom. And I'm going to go to the Takeover. Everything else is up for grabs. I would like to, I tend to go to Shimmer every year.
That's cool.
I tend to go to Shimmer every year. I tend to go to WrestleCon Super Show every year. But, but for sure, if Stardom comes, I'm going, and I'm going to go to TakeOver. Everything else is negotiable. I'm trying to think of other predictions I would have. I think I want to predict that, they are going to go, because they did 9 this year for 9 participants each block. I think you're going to go to the full 20 participant round robin this year.
That would make sense. Their roster is growing too,
right? And I think that unless you are signed to Stardom, there will be no foreigners.
20, I think that could totally work. They have the talent to do it,
right?
And they can bring in people. To me, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to move on to my next prediction, so I'm going to make your point.
No, especially was like, okay, they just did Azumi because of, in theory, maybe it was a make good because of the Riho coming in and getting the high speed thing, and that was kind of meant for her to surpass Hazuki. Who knows? But she was in because of the the Charlie Owens thing, and she was
Casey Owens.
Or Casey Owens. That's right. Yeah. Like Starlight Kid eventually is going to end up in this thing. So that's one. So right there, that takes you to 19. You get Julia in. There's your 20.
Let me ask you something real quick. Mm-hmm. What do you think of Riho and Stardom? Because she's somebody that's been in a real wild kind of spot and kind of stuck between the AEW thing, but also as high speed champion. A lot of people, I think, had a lot of high hopes for her coming from Gato Move. And I don't think that they've yet to be realized or even been attempted upon. I think she's somebody they're kind of saving in their back pocket, more or less. But what do you think of her and her future for 2020?
Well, I would say that I'm not really that sure that they would have wanted her that badly had it not been for the AEW connection.
Facts. I agree with you on that.
Right. But once you get past that, I think we'll we'll be able to tell once we see the Starlight match that they've been teasing for since the beginning of Tag League, or since before Tag League exactly started. Like they were always teasing, like, okay, I was going to get a title shot for the high speed title, and then at that same Kurikan, when I was going to ask for one, Fuka came out and introduced Riho. Riho gets that spot in a 3-way that Riho won for the high speed title, and then but Starlight had never got a proper high speed match. So they've been teasing it. It's going to happen probably either at the anniversary show or at one of these beginning of the year Korikans. I can't remember if it's announced yet, but it's going to happen. And I would say once we go from there, once we get the Starlight Kid match out the way, then I think the time will tell. And I think that Starlight Kid and Riho are going to have a great high speed match.
Yeah, I think so too. That's going to be a great match, but yeah, it feels like she's not really going to get pushed to a higher level, or that's not really in the cards.
Yeah, I think that's where she stays. Yeah. I think she stays as just a high speed wrestler. I don't think she's going to go start like interacting and start doing singles matches against like Miyagi, for example, or something like that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that I said, she's like you said, she's a good wrestler. I don't think she's really a top tier talent in Stardom. She's not like an elite worker or anything like that.
Right.
In AEW, she's got a good thing going with her. She's got her allegiance or whatever with Omega is always going to be like, she'll always be in a good spot, pretty much. There.
Right. And also, I think that in AEW, because of just Joshi heights now,
yeah,
like she goes from being like on the shorter side and giving her frame like the smaller side, from being like a skinny girl to like when she's in AEW, like just like she's the ultimate underdog.
Yeah,
she's never going to wrestle anybody bigger than her. In AEW, when she wrestles like Starlight Kid or eventually Hazumi, you can be like, oh, they're about the same size.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that kind of takes away from that status pretty much when you're wrestling people as small as you. So yeah, I feel you on that one. And yeah, I noticed that reaction that she got too. Like that AEW has been a really interesting experience when it comes to their women's division so far. I would say.
Yeah, but we've been talking about it almost every week.
Yeah, see, I don't want to go down that road too much because I know you have been, but I just wanted to throw my opinion that you're right.
Yes, yeah. Like we do awards, we do like these funny awards that go along with our serious awards, and I think it was disappointment of the year, or which basically is like worst long term decision making by promotion. And like I think along with like Madison Square Taven was also like the AEW women's division. So
she's the Brock Lesnar of AEW. Right now she's never around. Right now she's the champion all the time and never wrestles on TV. Like I said,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Look, she also never talks.
True.
She also never talks, so there's a lot more comparisons. I never would have thought that Riho is Brock Lesnar of the AEW Women's Division. I can't wait to hear this back on the podcast. I can't.
Yeah. Oh man, it's wild how things go in wrestling sometimes, right? Like I said, but one more prediction. This is a fun one. This is based on nothing I've heard officially, but it's a feeling I had, and it's something that I think Bushiroad would want to happen if it's at all possible. And it just depends on her mindset, which I think. I wouldn't rate this as an impossibility, although she was very injured when she retired, so I don't think she would want to put her body through it. But I think money talks in wrestling, and it always will, whether you're in Japan, whether you're a woman, whether you're a man, whether you're in America, money talks. Like, that's the universal truth of wrestling, no matter who you are. And I think that Bushiroad and Stardom and everyone else involved is going to do their damnedest to get Yuzuki Aikawa to wrestle a match this year.
Really?
Which is if nobody knows or somebody doesn't know listening, she's like the biggest star of all time in Stardom, like the legend of Stardom.
Yeah.
She was like the original idol wrestler almost in Stardom.
First white belt champion.
Yeah.
I think she won the first Grand Prix.
Yeah.
She was the first one. She won the second one. When she retired, she main evented in Sumo Hall. Over Io winning the red belt. So that's the level of star she was. Wow.
Yeah, she was mega popular, and I think they're gonna try. And she's still around in the company. She's always shows up on like the mass shows and stuff, and stuff like that.
It was interesting to see. Like you'll see her at Korakuens every so often. It's like you'll see like Yuk Bito, or you'll see Fuka. I thought it was interesting. It was really interesting to me to see her. I guess when WWE came into town, when Kyrie made a round trip to kind of see like everybody, she saw Yuzupon, she saw like Fuka and Fuka's kid, and she was with Azumi and Momo, and I was like, I love the fact that like she came back and saw some of the girls. I was really happy to see that on Twitter. I was glad that like they still have a relationship as Akawa and Kyrie. I was happy to hear that.
Yeah, totally. So she still got a relationship with wrestling. You know, it's not like she left and was like super bitter and was like, I hate this business and all that. And all that. I hate Stardom. But no, she was just really injured, to be honest with you.
Right.
What
do you think on that? Do you think that they use that to try to, do the 10th anniversary show next January? Because you know they're going to do it. You know they're going to try to do some huge. They're probably going to try to do Sumo Hall again or something like that.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Like they're going to announce that, and like she's going to be the main star of that thing, pretty much. And it's kind of a bad look in some ways because like if that were to happen, like let's just say this comes true. Like she immediately jumps over the entire roster, like hands down, pretty much.
Hey, part-timers.
Yeah, she's the Brock of Stardom now, pretty much now. So we're saying that the secret of wrestling is to be very much a part-time wrestler.
Yes,
and you will be a bigger star. But yeah, so I think if she were to come in, like whoever they would wrestle, but that would put over like whoever that would be that they would want her to wrestle. If that were to happen, that would be like a mega like passing of the torch, pretty much. Or they could just go to Mayu again, who was like there when she was there in her prime.
Right.
But more likely, they would want to face somebody, whoever they're going to push as the next, generation. I guess you could say the next star, whether it's Hana or Julia or one of these other girls that we, maybe I'm wrong, and they're like, screw it, Jungle's the one. She's Days now, which would be awesome, but still.
Yeah, I think it would be a good story. And being able to tell between because Hoshiki was there, but she left early. But you still had the fact that at the start of this thing, those two were there. Obviously, given age and injury, Mayu, I think that Arisa would be a good one if it's not Mayu, because you have the history of starting as a wrestler as she is one of the top stars in the company. And you could tell that story of while I was a young girl, she kind of took me under the wing or whatever else. She was a dick or whatever you want to say to try to build the story, and you can go from there.
Yeah, that would be great. Like I honestly anything with Yuzupon in was like it would be such a big deal. It would be awesome. Okay, one more question. We can kind of wrap this segment up. Do you think that someone from WWE could come back like Kairi? Because she was in the rumors she wanted to leave. And we just saw her get injured. Yeah. And, her contract is rumored to be coming up. Again, rumored to be coming up. So do you think it's possible, she could come back? I doubt, Io would or anything like that. And Kana, she's another one that, really loves America. And she has her YouTube channel now and stuff doing that. So I'm not sure. She was never really a big fan of the Joshi wrestling in general when she was a wrestler. But Kairi, do you think that she could come back next year, especially now that Bushiroad's in? And there's a rumor too that they want these people back. It's we want Io and Kairi back. Bring them over.
Right, right. I think Kadani said that publicly.
Yeah, he said that publicly.
I think it was on the lines of, obviously it's translated. It was on the lines of we want to set the road for them to come back or something like that. Or we want to set the table for them to come back. Which is kind of smart because it's you want your two of your biggest stars ever to come back? What a shock. So does Vince McMahon.
Exactly. Anybody would.
Think how many times he's bringing back racist asshole Hogan. Come on now.
Hey, those two are way better than Hulk Hogan. Way better.
I mean, okay, so at the time, this before the AEW came around, before they started handing everybody 5-year contracts, it was a thing to where the assumption, or almost everybody was getting signed to 3-year contracts at the time. So if you just look at the time frame, Kairi comes in the summer 2017. That means, in theory, her contract would be up around the summer of next year. Now, the thing is, I've always heard that, whenever you come up from developmental to the main roster, they get you to sign another deal, and it's almost like an extension because it has more money on it for you to be able to travel and whatever else. So when I hear this stuff about her contract's coming up soon, I'm almost like, how? I almost feel like she's not, she's going to be under contract until 2020 or 2022 or something like that. So I don't know. Would I love for her to come back to Stardom? Absolutely. I saw those white belt matches. I saw when she was red belt champion. Her matches, and honestly, for her storytelling, from what I've saw in NXT that I loved, even though they were 10-minute matches, to what I've seen in Stardom, she's one of my favorite storytellers in the ring possibly ever, and she's one of all-time great babyface ring generals, whatever you want to call it, I've ever seen. Up until TLC, I had never saw her have a match of significance that wasn't at the very least good. So, I would love to see her back in her element, and now that she has this kind of notoriety, and she did this thing, whatever else, I would love to see her come back. Now, I don't know if I have no idea what her outlook is on Stardom now that the company has kind of changed over the years. What it's going to look like now that like Rossi does it in the end all be all. What it looks like now that she has another concussion under her belt. So who knows?
And they might add that time on her contract anyway. So now that she's out injured, however many months she misses, they're like, no, you can't sign. You still got 4 or 5 more months to go, Kyrie. Sorry, you were out those 5 months with the concussion. Now you're locked in again, and we're also never going to release you until the contract's up. But yeah, that's interesting that you would say that. But I think there's a lot up in the air. Like I said, it's really hard to make predictions. But when it comes to 2020, just so many changes going on at the end of the year as well. So it's kind of an interesting time that all of this is coming on. But I think it's going to be one way or the other. It's going to be a really vital year for Stardom and the Joshi Shin in general. But obviously, Stardom is the most important factor for this particular showcase.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's time to just unveil our top 10 list. Don't you think?
Yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. You want me to go first, or you?
Well, Rich actually, before he left, before we started the show, he recorded his top 10. So I'm just going to throw to that right now.
All right, so this is Rich's top 10 matches from Stardom in 2019. First year I started watching the promotion, enjoying that a lot. So number 10 on my list, we had the tag final of the tag tournament. We had Arisa Hoshiki and Tam Nakano teaming up to defeat B. Priestley and Jamie Hayter. Fast-paced, very hard-hitting match. Number 9, we have Arisa Hoshiki versus Kagetsu when they went to a draw. And then that was a match that I really liked because I didn't see the draw coming, even though it should have been a dead giveaway in the promo ahead of time. But it just pulled me in, suckered me in. I liked it a whole lot, and I thought they had great chemistry. Up next on the list, we have B. Priestley versus Kagetsu. B. Priestley is someone that I've taken a liking to, her being at AEW, and, I saw her win the red belt from Kagetsu. This is probably one of my, favorite matches of the year. And this was super fast-paced. Kagetsu's, all over this list. And B's not everywhere on my list, but I think she had a lot better year than a lot of people like to give her credit for. And that's where she comes in here. Number 7 on my list, I have Azumi versus Momo. This was Momo kicked the holy shit out of Azumi, and I liked it a lot. Next match was Arisa versus Hazuki. It was a white belt defense, and the cool thing about this match was everyone thought the white belt was essentially going to be freed up for Hazuki after she dropped the high-speed title, but Arisa was like, not today, the reign shall continue, and she got those kicks off, and I thought this was a really good defense, and, Hazuki was someone that I kind of got into this year as well, or especially early in the year, getting to see her in a singles match, I believe, against Dust at, the show in New York. The next match, Starlight Kid versus Hazuki. 5 minutes of flame, 5 minutes of fire. The shortest match that I've seen ever be that good. James and I like to joke about the 5 minutes of Fury list. This was a welcome addition. It is Rich Ladders Pro Wrestling meets High Speed Pro Wrestling. A beautiful marriage if there ever was one. And this was just like everything you want in a match. You can put it on when you're doing anything. If you're trying to avoid hanging out with your family during the holidays, and you don't have 5 minutes to watch a match to get to your phone, this is the one. Number 4 on the list, I've got Momo Watanabe versus Utami Hayashishita. I may have butchered the pronunciation, but that's okay. I saw this match live in person, and this was like, wow, I'm about to go to TakeOver, but I just saw a 4.5-star match. If I saw nothing else for this evening, I'll be okay. This was the first time that I really had, got to see either of them, I decided, okay, I know I saw the high speed belt match before, but I really don't know, a lot of these women yet, but I got to see that in person, and those two were easily on my list. I affectionately call Utami Big U, and Momo kicks the shit out of people. Love her finish too. So as far as the top three, so number 3, I've got Arisa Hoshiki defending the white belt against Kagetsu. This was the match that happened in the fallout of their match that went to a draw. This was awesome. This was high risk. It was just a match. I was like, holy fuck! Like these. I wish more people were seeing this. I wish that that they could I flat out, it was like, I wish this was on a higher scale so people would correctly show this match the amount of love it deserves. Kagetsu's last kind of challenge, like with Arisa, I'm sure she probably had a lot to do with her training and things of that nature. So number 2, I've got Arisa versus Jungle. Jungle's heartbreak continues. Jungle must suffer. To Arisa, again, there's a theme on this list here. Arisa, the white belt, just a hell of a championship reign, defended the title 8 times throughout the year, and this was another stellar performance. The power game of Jungle meeting the striking game of Arisa, and this was fucking excellent. But number 1, without a doubt, and I will love this just because James loved Tam Nakano so much, Arisa Hoshiki kicking her fucking dome off and basically winning the Stardom match of the year. I think it's probably, if you're looking anywhere online, if there's one match in Stardom this year, this is the one. Defend the white belt, friends, and they came out here and they, tore the house down. 4.75 easy. And I think that this was you had them do the singles match here. They were kind of linked all year. They do the tag match. I expect them to run this back at some point, and we'll probably be talking about them when we do one of these shows in 2020. Anyway, that's my list.
And we're back. So, so what we're going to do is, we're just going to take turns alternating from 10 to 1, our top 10 favorite matches of 2019 Stardom. Sound good?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Okay, so I'd like for you to go first.
Okay, so this to me was like, I looked at this as best matches, but also favorite matches. Okay. When it comes to Stardom, like you told me, that is. So, like I said, I'm going by what James said. If you don't like my list, blame him. Okay. Yeah,
I'll take all the heat.
See, that's what. See, now you know that I'm a wrestler because I always put the blame on everyone else.
Yeah. That's fine. Pretty much. I'll take the heat, LIJ fans.
Yeah, exactly. But just remember, I did not say anything about Naito at all. Other than agreeing with him completely. But so first of all, I honestly, like, my top 9 is pretty much my top matches anyway, like objectively. But number 10, I'll go ahead and shout it out now. Like, it wasn't the best match, but for me, Natsu Sumire and Tam Nakano was awesome. Like, to me, like an amazing display of comedic wrestling. And I'm
from the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not somebody that's a fan of comedy wrestling usually, but for some reason, Natsu hits with me more often than not. But actually, I really love Natsu's story in the tournament of, like, I'm going to be a serious wrestler now. I thought that was awesome.
Her first match with Azumi, like, there was a lot of effort there and a lot of want to, it just didn't work and fell apart. But the second match with Hannah, when Hannah said that, like, you're not tough, I'm going to beat the piss out of you, and then Natsu says, like, I'm going to prove to you that I'm tough, and they went out there and they just beat the hell out of each other. I was like, see, I'm not much of a fan of the comedy wrestling either, right? Yeah, like, I want you to wrestle, I don't want you to fuck off. But
yeah, exactly.
Like, I really appreciated that. And then, like, with her run when she won early before that, when she won the trios titles with Miyagi and with Kagetsu, like, she showed a side of herself besides just being, like, the weirdo that wrestles like the kids. So she grew on me during the summer, and this was a part of it, was that match. So yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, see, so I really loved that whole gimmick. And I thought that it's interesting. She's somebody that if you were looking at a negative of Stardom, they kind of dropped the ball after that because they kind of reverted her back to what she was doing. It's like, we made all this great character progression, and also that doesn't count anymore.
Right. Yeah, you're going to go right back to doing Tag League drunken foolishness with Martina like last year. Yeah.
See, so I really, that was like my least favorite team. And like I said, I like Natsu. Even comedically, she's one of the better ones to me. Mm-hmm. But still, I thought that was such a drop ball. But I really loved the match with Nakano because I thought that was like the peak. Like, it's like that was when they were trying to turn away from the series. It's like, okay, I kind of accept that this is not where you're going. But then they come out with this crazy match about rescuing Pichan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't really think about it because it's been so long, but like outside of like Tsukasa Fujimoto versus Tintin, like that might be my favorite absurd comedy match of the year in a way, because it's like, okay, so you have a love triangle with blow up pandas, and then you have Natsu in kidnapping a stuffed panda from Tam, and Tam has to get it back. Like, it worked for me. Like,
It totally works.
Lulu Pencil doesn't work for me. Antonio Honda doesn't work for me. Yano doesn't work for me. Orange Cassidy is okay because he's not really wrestling matches in AEW. But these two, I guess it must be because there's a panda involved. I don't know. Like, if pandas are involved in the wackiness of your comedy wrestling, I'm okay with it, I guess. I don't know.
James, like, we're like soulmates in wrestling right now because I've faced so much heat in my life. Like, Yano fans are like the bane of my existence. And whenever G1 comes around, it's like I'm automatically public enemy number one to Yano fans. It's like I got to give it up to them. I don't agree with them at all and how much they love Yano and like go against all like a wrestling logic for him
and common sense and decency.
Yeah, exactly. But I respect how hard they go for this guy. It's like they come out swinging if you say anything about Yano. So shout out to Yano fans right now. Even though I completely am not a fan of that at all. But Natsu, I think if Yano did a gimmick like what Natsu did in this tournament, it would be way better than like what he actually did in this tournament.
Yeah, I think people would appreciate that.
But I love that match. The Pichan match, it was awesome, even for a comedy match, and it was very memorable to me, and that's what made it one of my favorites because you didn't see anything like that. Regardless of the year, like I said, with Yano and like a lot of Natsu's normal matches, it's like you kind of just see the same stuff over and over and over. So it's like to see this match that was like basically a hostage situation over a stuffed animal played out in a wrestling match. Very awesome. I thought, like, very cool performance. But can you imagine, like, just talking about the pandas, like the love triangle with the pandas, and then somebody kidnapping a stuffed animal? Like, people, if you don't understand like wrestling and they're listening to this, they're like, these guys are freaking weird. Like, this is just weird, like what we're talking about right now. But it made sense if you watch it. It actually totally worked, like you said. I promise.
I'm not getting into how much it made sense. I'm just like, my thing is, I'm here for how absurdly ridiculous it was that it made me laugh. Like,
yes, it did. It did.
Yeah, that's just me. Like, look, you'd be like, yeah, that's stupid. I'd be like, yes, that's why I'm laughing.
And like I said, the story they told, if you accept the rules of how freaking nuts this is, it actually worked. Like, if you analyze it on that level. But you have to accept how stupid this all is at the first part. But if you do, you'll have a hell of a time watching it. It was very funny. Another one, I have to go back to Tam Nakano here and her match versus Mayu Iwatani in the 5-star Grand Prix. I thought she had a run like early on it started again. We came off the Arisa match in June, and I thought, yeah, Tam Nakano, she's really improved. She's doing great work right now. And suddenly she had this run of matches in the 5-star Grand Prix that like showed me that she was at a different level stylistically than she was. And she showed that she could hang with the best wrestler in the company for all intents and purposes. And to see her wrestle that match, I thought was a great technical match. And I was watching that match. I watched a lot of this tournament with somebody with a girl I know, obviously. Like, I was trying to introduce her to wrestling and stuff, and she didn't really know that much about wrestling or anything, but she watched this whole thing, and that was a match. Even she said, she was like, that must have been a great technical match. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah, it was like really good. So to me, Nakano and Mayu, she also had a match versus Momo that was really good, but yes. I think the Mayu match was, I just thought the Mayu match had more, importance because of Mayu's stature. But it was like, they were like neck and neck. You could go either way, which one you like better. You know, I would say that's in my top 2.
Definitely.
Another one. Speaking of Momo, I thought her match versus Azumi in the 5-star Grand Prix was in my top 10 again. I think that was a great coming out party for Azumi, and like to me, not even a coming out party, but the completion of her coming out year. Because I felt this whole time it was like she has what it takes, but she hasn't been given the opportunity.
Right.
And in the tournament, she got it. And when this match happened, and they put this match up for free, it's like everybody popped for this match. They were like, "Oh crap! Like Azumi and Momo, this is our match." And Stardom was like, "Everybody can watch this," even though they cut off the finish on the YouTube version. And they were like, "If you want to see how this match ends, you got to pay."
You got to pretty much and pay the international fee, just like everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. No free rides in Stardom's world. But Momo and Azumi, everybody popped for that, and I did too, and I thought that was a great match. And I was so proud for Azumi. Again, a 17-year-old wrestler putting up a performance like this, which is world-class compared to anybody, that really stood out to me. More 5-star matches in mine. Kagetsu and Jungle Kiona, I thought was a great match in my 5-star. Great performance from both women. And also, this was the match that actually won the best bout in their version, the Stardom official awards.
Yeah.
And that was a really good pick. And usually, official awards, I'm always like, that's the wrong answer.
Especially because you're ruined by WWE brain rot, everything being propaganda. So
exactly. Yeah. But this one they got right. I was like, Kagetsu and Jungle, that was an awesome match. It wasn't my number one, but it was like a freaking great ass match. Yeah. So I will give them that much. Up next to me, and now we're getting into prime territory. I feel like we're getting way up there. This is a match I want to shout out real quick before we get to the top tier ones. Mayu and Konami in February. I think with the suit, way under. Way underrated match. It got lost in the shuffle because of the other match I'm going to talk about in a second. But that to me, I actually thought that was better than the Momo and Jungle match that came after. And everyone thought Momo Jungle match of the year, but I thought the Konami and Mayu match was every bit as good. And way underrated. I thought because everybody immediately forgot about that with Momo and Jungle. But listen, that was a great match, and that's the next one on my list is Momo and Jungle.
Okay,
but that Mayu and Konami match, they had some few tricks up their sleeves too. You can't underrate it too much. I feel like that kind of got slept on, but they'll wake you up if you watch it. And Momo and Jungle. That was just an incredible match. You look at these two. That was the one in Jungle's hometown, I think.
Nagoya. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So that you had the crowd so into it. Jungle, it looked like a big moment. It's in your heart, that this isn't going to end well. She's not going to win. But it's in the match, she kind of makes you believe. It's it's kind of how I feel. What you said earlier about Ishii was a great comparison because he's a great person. When he had his one title shot versus Naito or whatever, he has a number one contenders match or a briefcase match.
Or it's New Japan Cup or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's in your head, just there's no way he's going to win. They don't want him to win. But then you watch him wrestle and it's well, maybe he can win. He deserves it. So pretty much same thing with Jungle. It's she deserves it. She can win. Go for it.
Another person that's that before he became champion, you watch Daniel Bryan and be you watch his match, you're why can't that dude be champion? He's wrestling in the match. He's not wrestling an underdog. He's beating the shit out of somebody with mid kicks. Yes, he's an underdog in stature and size, and that's it. But when he's out here wrestling Roman Reigns, he's out here working over that dude's ribs because he has a hernia injury, or working over Kofi's ribs, or he's beating the hell out of Adam Cole or whatever. That. Yeah, so definitely, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was super into that match for that reason. It was a great performance from all involved. Up next would be Arisa versus Tam Nakano, as we mentioned earlier. This one was the one that had the most storyline behind it, I feel if you look at all of them. And it was a great payoff, like a great performance to what they were doing. It wasn't really a payoff because they, like I said, the feud continued more or less, or the story really continued more so than the feud and stuff. This was kind of like the end of the feud for now, but the story continued afterwards. So it was a great payoff there. I thought Tom, like, this was her break, like, coming out party by far compared to what she was at last year. Like, it was like, now it's like, before she was like, she was okay. And now it's like, and that was at best. Like, she was okay. And now it's like, you see her here, it's like, okay, like, maybe I misjudged this. Maybe I was too hasty with Tom Nakano, because, like, now we have somebody who's like, this was a way better match than you ever would have dreamed of. And Hoshiki deserves a lot of credit, obviously, for that too. But I thought that
she was also great in this match. Also great. Like, just she brought the emotion in a way that, like, even in, the run through the Cinderella tournament that she had, like, that wasn't even there. But, like, when she's out here just throwing forearm shots to Tam at the end of the match, she's like, she's basically getting all of the pass, all of the everything out on her during that spot. You're just like, okay, like, she may be not like a person that gets all of it, but she gets some of it, and some of it she gets is already, like, at a high level.
Completely agree. And it was just so, like I said, it was such a good match. I agree with you, what you said, especially this match, I think was the one that stands out, that, like, it really was more about Tom than Arisa in terms of the in-ring, but still, she was great in it. Yeah. You don't have a match that good without both people. Right. Great in it, to be honest. So that was a pick. That was my third favorite of the big Arisa matches, though. I will say that, because I have a couple more here. The third one would be, or the second one actually, would be Arisa versus Jungle. Again, another tremendous match. And this had a great near fall. This is another spot that stood out to me. Hoshiki was doing great work in this match, I thought, for the most part, but Jungle fought away, and finally they got to the point where she hit her finishing move, which also I have to shout out, Jungle's Kaniku Buster version is legit my favorite move ever in wrestling.
Is that when she does, like, the muscle buster drop thing?
Yeah, exactly. For the sit-up version. Yeah. And see, that's the real version of the Kaniku Buster. That's the real version, because everyone else doesn't do it the way they did it in the show.
Right.
Like, that is based off of. And I just want to say, I'll always shout out to her, because when I wrestled my first match when I was younger, that was in my first match, I used that move because I saw it in SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, and it was listed as Mexican Stretch Buster, and everybody got pissed at me for doing that move, and I hurt my shoulder on top of it. So I was very impressed.
I imagine so.
Exactly.
I'm surprised you didn't, like, hurt somebody's neck either.
No, I was safe with them, not so safe with myself, unfortunately. Like I said, but so I had to stop it after that one match. But Jungle has perfected it. So I said this to somebody the other day. I was like, any kind of Observer Awards or any kind of awards that has best move, like, as long as she wrestles and as long as I live, that will be my pick. The Mexican Stretch Buster, or I guess the Senegalese Stretch Buster when she does there, I guess you could say. Why did they call? I love how in the games, like the WWE games, they always give these names. Like, sometimes they'll have the official name, sometimes like they'll sneak in the Japanese version, like the Shiranui or something, and then they just have something that's completely made up. Like, right. Like, what the hell is this, Mexican Stretch Buster? That makes no sense. But yeah. So anyway, I love that. And when she hit that move in this match, this was like her best version ever, and it was a great, like, amazing near fall. So I thought that was like a great pop. And Arisa finally beating her down for the finish. I really felt like, it's like, no pun intended, but it was like she was chopping a tree down, and she finally hit it at the end. So great match all around. The second one I would have, I have two more left on my list. The first one is surprisingly two Hazuki matches. Number two would be the Hana Kimura and Hazuki match on the last day of the 5-star climax. Basically, where they brawled around the ring, and all through the crowd, they hit the east side, they hit the west side, and they hit exactly. Like, I don't know why that popped me. Again, the girl I was watching with, that super popped her. She was like, "Please hit that west side," and when she did, she was like, "Yes!" And I was like, "I love this match," pretty much. But that was the match to me it's weird because, this is going back to when Hana was in Oedo Tai, and they kind of she kind of betrayed them. More or less. So it's like they have
last year. Exactly. When it happened, right? When she,
exactly. So we're going back all the way then for this feud, it's like this was the most heated match of 2019 suddenly. Like, you know, and a feud that really hasn't been like heated up. It was more Hazuki with Arisa for a while and Hana doing her own thing. But then you have this match and it's like these girls hate each other. And like these women, I should say, like hate each other. Like they proved like they've grown up right before our eyes. Especially Hazuki. She started when she was really young. But she was like, man, going at her, going for the signs. I think that was when Hana debuted her finishing move, her new finishing move, the Tiger.
Actually,
the Tiger Driver.
It wasn't. She did it like the show right before against.
Yeah.
Hana,
okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's right. That's when she broke out that move. Yeah, you're
like
right.
That,
the Tiger Lily.
Yeah. Like the end of the tournament really impressed me with Hana. For me thinking like, okay, she's just good to like. This is somebody that's improving, and like she's reeling off 4-star matches now. Like she had the match with Mayu, and then she had the match with Momo and back-to-back nights, and then she had this match with Hana, and then she had the final in the Grand Prix, and I was like, these are like, if you ask me like what are her 5 best matches this year,
you're totally right.
It was back-to-back to back-to-back.
Yeah, it's wow. Totally agree with you right there. And I thought that was the culmination of all that. I thought that was my favorite one, just because it was so different than the other ones. Mm-hmm. But you're right. All 4 of those were like freaking awesome. Like, to be honest with you, especially the Mayu and the Momo one. And I thought the Momo one, I was like, that's the best match she's ever had. And then like the Hazuki one, it's like, man, this was a great match, and it fit her. And it fit her stylistically, which I think I picked it. But my favorite was another Hazuki match, and that was versus Arisa Nakajima. We'll talk about that in a second. Arisa Hoshiki. I have Nakajima on the brain for some reason. But Hoshiki, to me, I loved their match, and it had by far the greatest spot of the year, in my opinion, with the Maestro Cradle kick out.
Yes!
This was like the best. Like, and out of all the people, like Ultimo Dragon, Negro K.I.S.S, like whoever has done this move has never gotten a near fall like as great as this one was.
Yep.
Like that's how good it was. Like it's unbelievable how well this match worked. Like the crowd bought into it. And I remember B's match in that show, the fans were really kind of cold on it. I think that's because like this match was so good that it took every bit of energy in that crowd and like diluted it into that match. So it was like unbelievable how well that worked for the crowd. And just the performances were off the charts. And that was one where it was like, these two are wrestlers that I respect. I think they're really good. Mm-hmm. But then they go together. It's like, this was really supposed to be more or less, like it's right before the tournament. Odds are they're not going to do a title change. But the way it worked, it made it feel like it was like the biggest match of the year by the end of it. Like the crowd, the wrestling, everything about it. And I just thought that was an unbelievable performance. That was a top 10 match anywhere in the world to me. And to me, that's the one that always stands out, even though I think you could make an argument for like a lot of different matches in Stardom this year, because they had a really great year to me, probably one of their best ever in terms of in-ring. But that is the one that my head, like whenever I think of matches, never mind star ratings or anything like that, but in my head and my heart, that's the match that always pops up when I think about like what was the best match in Stardom this year. I remember that spot with the Maestro Cradle, and it's like, okay. And I remember Hoshiki finally winning, and I was like, okay. That's the one for me. So that would be my number one in Stardom, in my opinion.
Okay, that's a good list. Very good list. You had matches on there that I thought about, and I was just like, but yeah, like different strokes for different folks. But like those are matches that a lot of those matches. I think every match you mentioned is a match I like seriously considered. So yeah. All right, so for me, like this is a straight up favorites match list. Like star ratings be damned. Like all these matches, are different degrees of great, but these are just my personal favorite 10-star matches this year. Number 10, Hazuki versus Starlight Kid for the high speed belt on the 5th of May during the Oedo Tai Purdue show in Chikiba. This is Rich is also going to mention this in his as well. He did mention it because he's obviously before we started our conversation, but it's it's like 4.5 minutes of just fury, like near falls, like fake outs of near falls, and like getting you to where that you start to sense a pattern going of cradles and near falls, and then like they subvert your expectations, and then like sit down on a certain cradle or whatever else, and it's just incredible. Like it's just a mastery of playing with your expectations. I loved it.
That was a really fun match, and I think Starlight's somebody that really excels in that role that they put her in, and that was the best version of it, I thought. So, I think that's a good case where these two, if you watch that match, you're thinking, man, these two could be rivals for years to come, too, and I think they showed it in the match.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so number 9 for me, Hazuki versus Kagetsu from Shinkiba on December 14th. This is her second to last match. She couldn't beat her master, but she gave her damn all. It was, it's one of the best matches with not in Korakuen Hall this year in Stardom. Hazuki drops Kagetsu twice with 2 gross brain busters. And I felt like this is a better match than the match they had in Korakuen Hall, I want to say in February or March. I just love this match, and it was just, this is after I watched it after I found out that, Kagetsu was also leaving. So, it is kind of like, for me, touching that, you already knew Hazuki was leaving, but now, they're both leaving, and, this marks the end of an era for Stardom.
Yeah, it was like it had secret meaning at the time,
right?
Pretty much that nobody else knew except them. So it's kind of crazy that happened. I thought that was actually better than Hazuki's actual last match.
Yes, much better. Much better.
Yeah. I was like, man, I know you had Kagetsu going for the red belt, and that was great for her, obviously. To end, not really end, but that's a great moment for her to kind of have her last ride in the sun. But if that could have been the last match, that would have been so much better for Hazuki. No, with all due respect to Tora, and that's great and all that you had Tora get put over, but it's funny because they kind of counteracted that with the storyline where Hazuki's like, you want me to lose? Fine, I'll lose. Publicly, Julia, fine, I'll lose. It doesn't matter. Okay, that really kind of makes the match seem like it's not that important when you say that publicly. But if you could have had something like this, I think that would have been an epic, a true moment in wrestling. And I think, unfortunately, that was a great match, what you said. I watched that too. That was a really strong match. But unfortunately, I think that's one that's going to get kind of lost to time because it's not her last match. It's her second to last match. You know? If they had done it with the last match, I think that could have been a true moment of the year. But it's unfortunate it couldn't have happened that way.
Yeah. Number 8 for me, Momo Watanabe and Utami Hayashishita versus Jungle Kiona and Konami for the tag belts, July 15th in Nagoya. I thought, I'm not much of a fan of their 2-on-2 tag matches. Tag League came around and a few of them brought it, especially towards the end on the last night. It was a great show, but this was for me the first tag match 2-on-2 that I loved. And it was almost like a playoff of all the stuff that happened in Nagoya in March, where she loses the white belt match to Momo, and Momo has 2 belts, and I'm going to take at least one of them from her. And she comes out there and she puts on this great performance in her home crowd, and that's the first time she breaks out that muscle buster thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It looked devastating. There are a few moments where I'm watching wrestling this year where I'm just something happens in a match and I'm just in shock and awe, and that was one of them. And they continued on after that because Momo broke that pin up, and then they continued, and I just thought they made a great team, Konami and Jungle, and they've been a great team. They're one of my favorite tag teams in all of wrestling this year. And I'm just happy to see Jungle finally win in front of her home fans, in front of the home team. So I loved it.
Yeah. Oh man, that match was awesome. That would be right near my list. If I hadn't have had the goofy Natsu match in, I think that would have been the one I would have went with, because that was such a great moment. And she broke out the Kaniku Buster, the real Kaniku Buster, just like the Kaniku Man show, not the fake one these other guys use. She used the real one that only me and her know. Like I said, we're the only ones that know the true impact. And just like my match that I mentioned with the singles match with Momo, it's Nagoya Jungle. She went Super Saiyan pretty much in this match.
So number
7, right?
Yep, 7. Number 7. Azumi versus Momo Watanabe, September 7th in Shinkiba for the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think that match too.
Yeah, love this match. So happy to see this match. Azumi was in the middle of a run where she fought Mayu in basically a high speed match in the beginning of the tournament, and I was like, this is everything I ever wanted a match between those two to be. I think she had a match with Tam, where Tam, who cuts a promo, says like, I don't do high speed at all, I'm slow, and then she has a high speed match. It was still great. And then you have this match where it's those two who are such huge friends, and it's kind of funny while watching Stardom. You see the young girls, like, they kind of get treated with kids' gloves, and they don't really get the bump on their neck or get destroyed or whatever else. Mm-hmm. Well, that kind of changed when she wrestled Momo, because Momo kicked the shit out of her, and then Azumi came back and mounted a comeback, and then double stomped her in a way to where she landed every bit of whatever she weighs right on Momo's stomach, and I'm just like, oh, they're killing each other. I love it. It was a great match. It was a great match.
Totally. And a rare case of Momo being the veteran of the match, right. Just at her very young age, she's still much older than Azumi. So it totally worked in that fashion as well. So I really like that whole match. Like I said, I picked it as well. Definitely a top 10 worthy match, I would say.
Yeah. Number 6, Mayu Iwatani versus Momo Watanabe. The Korakuen Hall's final show of the Grand Prix. I think that's September 22nd. Just a great final match. Best match that night. Just a great, final of a block, basically. And, everything's set up for Mayu to, go into the final again. All she has to do is win, and she's in, because all the tiebreaker situations. Momo has nothing to win for, but she has not had a big win in the tournament. And Momo just says, nope, just gonna pitch you in the peach sunrise, lift you up super high, elevated peach rise, right on your head, dump you on your head, do just great wrestling. A match that didn't really build as much as I'm gonna hit you I'm gonna body slam you, Momo, and then we're just gonna wrestle a sprint for the next 14 minutes or 13 minutes, whatever the hell it was, and the crowd is just with it from that body slam on, 30 seconds in. It was a great match.
Yeah, that was really good. It's funny because when I first watched that match, I think that one suffered from me watching the other one, the Hana match at the time, because it's I was sleeping on them, and it's then it's whoa, wait a minute, this came out of nowhere, because that wasn't even a match I was looking forward to that much, and it's suddenly holy crap. And then that match is Momo and Mayu. It's oh yeah, this is this is my style right now. And it's that crowd was more with the other one. And it's that was good, but I expected a 5-star type of match or whatever. So at first I was kind of disappointed, but I watched it for a second time and I was yeah, this was a great match, to be honest with you. So well done. And Momo, a great turn for her to win over Mayu, and played off their story well, because last year they had the draw in the 5-star. So I thought that was a great moment for her, because she's somebody that I feel has been kind of, I don't want to say left behind, but again, kind of underrated and under pushed by the promotion from where she was. She's not really a focal point, but that win shows you that it's hey, Momo, she might not be the white belt champion carrying the company like she was last year, but she's still here, and we still got stories to tell with her, and she's still got some stuff to go. And beating Mayu was a great example of that.
Yeah. Number 5, Jungle Kiyono versus Kagetsu, September 8th, Shinkiba, in the 5-star Grand Prix. They had a match for the red belt back in, I think that was January. I think that was the 8th anniversary show, and I thought that match was great. And basically what's going to happen is, this is what I was learning with Kagetsu, is Kagetsu takes your best shot, and then she starts cheating, and then blows the miss, and then she hits you with the sit out AA or the 450, and she pins you. They go into this match, and Jungle basically knows all of her tricks. She's not falling for any of her bullshit, and she basically just has an answer for every single thing, every trick up Kagetsu's sleeve, even to the point to where Kagetsu goes to blows the mist, and Jungle just cracks her in the mouth with a forearm, and the mist goes flying everywhere. And
that was awesome. That was a great spot.
She hits her with a move and beats her, and it's she beat a former red belt champion. Loved it. Like, finally get to see Jungle. Like, I love watching Jungle win because they've been beating her and she has these great losses. So it's, like, cool to see, like, she gets some payoff. There is some bit of happiness on the back end, at least.
Yeah, like I said, with her, I picked that match as well. So, like I said, we completely agree.
Yeah.
But I love when Jungle, when she wins, it's not like a small win. When she gets these big wins, it's like the fact that it's her. Again, like I said, because of her, it's even better. It's like, for what anyone else would be like, oh, that was great. Like, that was a hot move or whatever. With her, it's like she wins. It's like, she's, you just banished her to the shadow realm right now on there. Like I said, so you got to shout her out on that one. And that was a great match. I hate that Jungle had the injury afterward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same for Utami. Like, I think I had Utami as, like, on average star rating, like, the highest rated person until she got hurt. And then, like, after that, it may have been Jungle, and then Jungle got hurt. And I really wanted to see that, that final match and the final night in Kurgan Hall between her and Konami. I wanted to see that match so badly. That was one of my most anticipated matches, but, things happen. There's always next year, I guess. Number 4, Momo Watanabe versus Jungle Kyona, white belt match on March 2nd in Nagoya. This is, we talked about this as a turning point early in the show for, talking about the year, like, with Jungle, like, incredible performance in her hometown to her former tag team partner that left her for Queen's Quest and for, kind of like Brighter Lights and Greener Grass, and she, the Greener Grass actually paid out. It was actually, the road was actually paved in gold with the white belt, and great match, and she ultimately loses in such a heartbreaking fashion in front of the hometown crowd. And it was one of those situations like I immediately was drawn to this woman because of like how much of her, her heart and soul went into that match, and she was utterly devastated, and I felt for her at that moment because it was so great. It was like wow, like there's somebody else out here in this world that can like be a babyface and lose in a way that's very similar to Johnny Gargano. That's incredible. I did not know that. Let me know more. I need to find out more about this person. So yeah.
Yeah, like I said, another one I picked. I think we got the same notes right now. Some more stuff, yep. But like I said, I said all my stuff on my version. But you're totally right.
Yeah,
it was just an awesome moment. A great match.
Yeah. Number 3, more great minds think alike. Arisu Shiki versus Suzuki for the white belt.
Yes.
July 24th in Kurikan Hall. This match. Okay, so I'm kind of upset that you talked about the same thing that I was or one of the things I was going to talk about as well when it comes to that near fall. For me, that is near fall of the year. I watch wrestling, a lot of it, by myself with headphones on. So, when she hits the Hazuki straw, as she calls it, she hits her Lamahi straw cradle, I knew that was the finish. I knew. There's like, she lost the white belt just like a couple shows before, the high speed belt, right? It's the perfect setup. And she comes out here and she hits it, and the ref counts 1, 2, and he fucking counted 3. The reason why I know he counted fucking 3 is because I ripped off my headphones and yelled, just stood up out of my chair and said, hell yeah. And then the next thing you know, I look around, I look at my screen again, and the match is still going on. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? The match is over. I saw the ref's hand hit 3. So I'm watching the rest of the match. The match shortly ends after that. And this ref counted 3. Hazuki was fucked. I don't care what none of y'all say. Watch the match. You tell me that his hand didn't touch the mat a 3rd time. This ref fucked me. And fucked Hazuki and fucked everybody else is watching this match. Whatever. I'm always going to be bitter for this match until the end of time. It is what it is. Like, I remember hearing back in the day about Io had the ref in her pocket back in the day when she used to have her long reigns of excellence or whatever else. This is an example of Arisu having the ref in her pocket. I don't care what none of y'all say. Don't be fooled by that big ass goofy smile. She's a crook. Okay, so just to move, but all jokes aside, there's a segment in this match where they're on the top rope, and I've described this on the show before. They're on the top rope, and both of them, and Hazuki is on the outside facing in, and Arisu is on the inside facing out. And Hazuki grabs Arisu's head. and brings it and runs it right into her knee for a knee lift. Then Arissa's basically out, and she slumps over the turnbuckle. From that point forward, Hazuki basically like flips off of Arissa's carcass and lands inside the ring on her feet. Then turns around and pump kicks Arissa's face, and then grabs her while she's still attached to the second rope and top rope stuff, and basically gives her a neck breaker elevated neck breaker to the floor. And all in one sequence of action. And I said to myself, like, this woman is fucking incredible. This is one of the best wrestlers in the world. How are we, you know, the select few people in this country that know how good this fucking woman is? And when I heard about her retirement, this was the first thing I thought of, was like that stretch in this match, and I'm gonna miss the hell out of her. And I hope this is an end. I hope, eventually whatever happens with her life or politics or whatever else with Stardom or somewhere else, like, I hope she comes back to wrestling or finds a love for wrestling or whatever the hell happened, and she comes back to this, because that woman's too goddamn talented to not do this anymore. It feels so wrong. Period. So that's my take on that match.
Oh yeah, like I said, one of the best matches of the year to me, and I just think you just mentioned it. Hazuki is like, when she came in, like, it shows you how far along her and Momo are from where they started. She came in with, like, she had blonde hair, like Takayama style blonde. It wasn't like pretty much. She had blonde hair. She was like this kind of short girl. Like literally a girl then, like in this pink cutesy attire. Right. Her finishing move was like, a diving senton. And like now she has all of this like crazy stuff that she does. I just like, and Momo, for her case, she was like walking around knocking baseballs into the crowd, like plastic baseballs. Yeah. So it's like, now you look at them and it's like, just like you said, it's like, these are some of the best wrestlers in the world. Hazuki, it's like, you were born for this. Like, when that's what I was thinking when she was tired. It was like, you were born to do this. Yeah. You can't stop now. Like, come on. Yeah. Like,
the only thing that I didn't love about her retirement tour, if you will, like that last month, is that she never faced Momo. That's it. Like,
and it was such a,
that's it. Yeah. Like, the Wild Heart versus True Heart, the first two women, picks of Io and Queen's Quest, they had the rivalry last year after she leaves Queen's Quest and ends up getting drafted to Oedo Tai. Like, I just felt like that was the only thing missing. Outside of that, like, if you replace the Julia match with a Momo match, like, outside of that, like, picture perfect for her last, the end of her run. Number 2, Mayu Iwatani versus Kagetsu, Red Belt match, Crimson Eve, at the year-end climax just a couple days ago. I love this match. It's the end of an era, end of another story rivalry in Stardom history. Apparently, this was very much like any, like, if for those that don't really watch or have not unfamiliar with Stardom, like, this was built in a way in a match where it was like watching, like, beginning of the decade, like Okada versus Tanahashi matches, where it's just like they build to a certain point. And then from there, like, they just try to put each other away with their moves, and it's just so thrilling. And you see the great escapes and the kickouts and just the sheer determination. Match started out crazy, ended up outside the ring. Kagetsu climbs to some huge ledge, I think on the north side of Korakuen, and lays out Mayu on a bench, and then she basically makes like a 15-foot drop double stomp on her guts.
That was great.
And that's in the first third of the match, and then it continue from there, and then it gets to near falls and it keeps going and it's going and it's going, and I just love this match. Like, I think it's the third best women's match I've seen this entire year. Like, I mean, no disrespect to Sari or Meiko Satomura or Asuka or Asuka that's still in Japan. Or Chihiro Hashimoto is just like, that style is what I want in my professional wrestling. Two great, excellent wrestlers showing heart, determination, and their skill all in the ring. And if they beat the hell out of each other with stiff kicks, so be it. If not, like, we got a great story of two craftsmen or craftswomen putting art together. So I love that match.
Yeah, like I said, it totally worked. I think these two have so much natural chemistry together in the ring too.
Yeah.
It's almost like they put this match together, and it was such a high, like, world-class level match for real. But for these two, it was almost like effortless, like, in a way. It's like they had so much that they did here, but it was like it all came together so well.
Yeah.
Like I said, like it was like natural for them. So that's something I always think when they wrestle. Actually, I think they're a really underrated pairing in general, because that's not a rivalry or anything that you hear talked about, or a matchup in general that you really hear talked about a lot. But whenever they wrestle, they just have some bangers to their name. And this was a great, this was another one in that lineage, pretty much.
Yeah. So 2 things. One, I love that the fact that they had the restraint for Kagetsu not to try to hang Mayu this time. I appreciate that. and 2, is a question. Did you see their match from I think June or July for Wrestle Kingdom 2 and Pro Wrestling Eve?
Yes, I did. I watched the whole show. Yeah.
So the fact that, like, they can basically have like a 15-minute like sprint of a match that ends in a draw like that, and then have this match that is different and built and just kept, the crescendo was so big and so long. It's just like the fact that, like, those two can have those 2 different types of matches was so impressive. So impressive. I'm gonna miss the hell out of, like, seeing that potentially ever again. I miss the hell out of Kagetsu. Like, I mean, I know that she may be starting another promotion or starting her own promotion or whatever else with the Twitter, just because of the Twitter thing people see, but I hope she doesn't really retire. I hope she starts up and do something else so I can watch her continue to be great.
This match was not like a perfect match. There was actually some sloppy moments,
botch.
But every time they were able, like, Mayu was able to recover, like really great. If something went wrong, they were able to recover really well, I thought. And that's something that's important for somebody, because nobody's perfect. No matter how great of a wrestler you are.
My God.
Yeah.
She has to be the greatest wrestler that's also a complete klutz ever. Has to be.
Yeah, even never mind wrestling, just in life.
Yeah,
pretty much she's like that, So it continues on, but they made up for it really well. I thought they were able to. They never lost you despite any of their botches. So that, like I said, I didn't have that on my top 10, but that would have been right there. That and the tag match that you mentioned would probably be, like, right around the top 10 to me.
Yeah. And my number 1, Arisa Hoshiki versus Tam Nakano for the white belt, June 16th, at Korakuen Hall. I love this match. I love this feud. I love this storyline. It might be my favorite, like, long forms, like, thing from 2019 in wrestling. I mean, it paid off in such a great way, and it it did get annoying in tag league to watch them do frenemy, like, spots all throughout the tournament, but, like, once they turned it on, it was great. But back to the match, it's just, they're wrestling, and, Tam is also a kicker, but she has such a great, like, array of moves and things that she does, and, like, she's in there with Arisa, and Arisa's just so much longer and has this length advantage over her, and she's out kicking her, and she's beating her ass, and then Tam says, "I've had enough of this," and then grounds her, and then starts working over her leg and does this, like, spinning inverted figure 4 thing that looks awesome, that I think I've ever seen before.
That was really cool, actually. Yeah, I remember that.
And then they end up outside on the floor, or it's not on the apron. Arisa hits, a meteor or whatever you want to call it, and lays her out, and then Tam bridges up from underneath her and then gives her a German suplex on the apron, dive to the floor. They get back in the ring, and then, it's more just knees to face, running knees, V triggers, black mass kicks, and just emotion and selling from there. And it was just great. And at the end, Arisa wins, and, she, after, getting shitted on by emotionally dismissed by Tam, she finally reaches out to Tam, and, and Tam reaches out to her, and then she, like, tells her, like, "Don't you dare lose that belt to anyone else." And Arisa's just full of tears and everything, and it was just great. It was just great. I love watching Stardom this year. Really did.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Yeah, like, I don't know how many matches are going to be in my top 10 overall or whatever else, but, like, I'm still contemplating that. I also have the benefit of going last because I want to edit this show. So I'll still have more time to mull over it and torture myself over it, but this match is definitely making a list. It's definitely going to probably end up in the top 5 or whatever else. Like, I just enjoyed the hell out of that match.
Yeah, and like I said, ultimately, out of all the matches we said, that's the one with the most storyline behind it, and I think is the most overall. Like, if you know the storyline, I think that it really connects with you, and it connected with everybody. Again, that's another one of those that, like, much like we were saying with Jungle earlier, that was a match that, like, pretty much everybody liked. You know, like, that wasn't something where you had any dissenting voices. Like, maybe they were like, oh, well, maybe it's not the match of the year, but like, crap, it's 4.5 stars, so like, I loved it.
Like, it's so funny that, like, I remember so much, like, there's so many matches that I've seen throughout the year, and, like, there's like, the Tyler Bate and Walter match was, like, that's gotta be one of the 5 best matches I've seen anywhere in the world this year, right?
Yeah, that's a great match. Yeah.
There's so much of it that I can't remember. Like, I remember, but in this match, like, I'm just now remembering, like, the spot where Tam gives Arisa her tiger suplex for a near fall, and then she goes for it again, and then this time she does it, you know, she straight jacket grabs her, right? She's just going to dump her head like she's Tanahashi or Io, and like Arisa just basically like runs in the middle of the ropes because she knows if she gets hit with that, like, she's fucking done. And I just love that match so much. It's so smart. Match. Everything makes sense. So great. So great.
Yeah, epic match for sure. Like, definitely one of the best of the year, I would say, in Stardom. So, yeah, actually, a lot of ours were the same. The top that we ended up talking about, it was like 5 or 6 were the same. Yeah. And I get the mulligan with the Natsu match. That I just went Galaxy Brain, pretty much. But I mean,
it's a favorites list. It's a favorites list, so it is whatever it is, right? Like, if you want to put a whole bunch of, you know, Def Yama-san and Natsu and whoever else out there, then fine.
What if I put like all Saki Kashima matches in the top 10?
No, what if your number one had been like when she basically squashed Hannah with Revival? That would have been funny. No, my number one match is a 7-second match. That'd been hilarious.
Yeah, if I was very disgusted with Hana Kimura's push, like that, that maybe that could have worked.
Yes. Being petty, that'd be great.
Yeah, exactly. It would have to be somebody I legit dislike for some reason. It would have to be like, I don't even know who it would be. Nobody would start them. I think that would garner that reaction. But that was a funny little display as well. But I love how, if you remember that match when it happened, some people were like, that was an amazing performance for 7 seconds and all that.
Really?
Some people were, I saw that. I was like that shows you, and that shows you could have a great match in under 10 seconds or whatever. And I was like, what? I mean, like, it was cool, but it was relaxed.
Yes, like, that's definitely hyperbole. That's definitely cap, but like, it damn sure was better than Kofi versus Brock.
Oh. Yes, it would be hard to be worse than that, I would say.
Yeah. So, Dylan, thank you for coming on to the show. First time appearance, so hopefully not the last. This is great. You know, hopefully when it's time to do like a recap for some, like the Cinderella tournament or for, you know, the Grand Prix or Tag League, whatever else, like, hopefully I can hit you up and we can make something happen or whatever else. So, but first, but just want to say thank you again, and also, plugs.
Yeah, man. First of all, like, thanks a lot for having me. Like, you and Rich both. I really enjoyed it. Like I said, I thought we had a lot of fun on the show. Hopefully the listeners think so too. That you could get some messages saying, don't ever have him back again. There. Yeah, nah, man. It's all good though. Like I said, I really love being on. And just shout out to all the listeners out there. If you want to check me out and hear more of me, I am on the Eastern Lariat. James mentioned it at the start. That's my main show. We even have a Patreon, patreon.com/Eastern Lariat. $1, $3, $5 tiers. We named them after the 3 Musketeers, Chono, Muto, and Hashimoto. Hashimoto's the $5 tier. I will say that, but you get everything. I do all kinds of stuff on there too. I love the Patreon, not just because of the money or whatever. I mean, it's not like I'm raking in millions of dollars, but still, what I really love about it most is that I can do stuff that I could never do on the Eastern Lariat, which is all a Japanese wrestling show. Occasionally we touch on Joshi, but for the most part it was, New Japan, All Japan Noah. My co-host is Striga. He runs cagematch.net. a really great wrestling archive of all kinds of stuff and stats and matches. Now, it's a really good, like I said, really good tool to use, especially if you host a podcast.
Wait.
Yeah.
You're shitting me.
No.
Cage match?
Yeah. Cage
I'm
match
on that thing like every day.
Hey, that's my man. If you want to hear what he has to say, listen to our show, The Eastern Lariat, me and Strig. On there. It's a German-based website too. So, he knows a lot of people there in Germany. The thing is, he's always been telling me, he's like, I want you to do this on Cage Match. And I'm like, sure, yeah, whatever. And then it's like he never gets back to me. So it's like, did you really want me to do it? Or not? Because he's always like, you know more about Mexican wrestling than anyone. What about Joshi wrestling? Yeah, I can do whatever. It's fine, whatever. And it's like, no. He doesn't even say no. He just says, I'll get back to you any minute now. It's like it never happens. But my man, like really cool guy. Good takes. Obviously, if you write Cage Match, he probably watches pretty much everything in wrestling. So that's really cool. We host our show, The Eastern Lariat. It's really cool stuff. On the Patreon, it's mostly me because he's busy doing. See, that's the thing. The difference between him and me is he has a real life, and I have. And listen, if I'm not talking to like girls or something, like I mentioned, I'm mostly just doing something with wrestling. That's pretty much my entire life. It's everything I love, or sports, like I mentioned earlier. But anyway. The show's really cool, all about Japanese wrestling. We get pretty obscure sometimes, but we also cover New Japan. We did a year-end show with this guy, W.H. Park, from Post Wrestling on there. He was on there. It was a lot of fun. I do a Joshi exclusive show, Pure Heart, Pure Lariat, which I host with a revolving door of guests. Sometimes I'll have a wrestler on. Sometimes I'll have somebody like that was there at a show in Joshi. Somebody I'll have, a friend of mine or anything like that. It could be anybody. But I'm looking forward to doing that more coming up in the new year. I still had a good amount of shows, really had some fun interviews too. I would highly recommend the interview I did with the wrestler named Yappy from Ice Ribbon, who's a very close friend of mine as well. Like I said, we had a lot of fun on that show. That was one of my first episodes, but still one of my best, I feel like. Also, I host another show, like a third show. The Patreon. The thing is, the Patreon. I hit you with all kinds of content, but it's not like there's full-fledged stuff really. There's a show I do on there called the 90s Project, which I go through top matches of every year. I'm up to 92, and the first two shows have been great. People really like that. I do observer style awards for every year. I watched everything using the PWO yearbooks. And that was a tremendous amount of time that took place in that. But still, I was glad I did it. And the first 2 years have been awesome. I think I've really carried that show a lot. So you get everything. You get Japanese wrestling. I'll even review American wrestling on the Patreon too. I do a show about this anime show called Tiger Cast W that came out a couple of years ago. I do that with my sister, actually, who's like a really big anime person, like a cosplayer and all that stuff. So she doesn't really watch wrestling that much, but she does a show about that wrestling-based anime with me on there. So we have a little bit of, there's all kinds of stuff on there. And my other show, real quick, is called Lucha Talk, which is obviously all about Lucha Libre, which is another style of wrestling I really like, not just Japan, but Mexico as well. I host that with this guy, Microman Fever, who translates stuff on Tumblr and does all kinds of stuff. He's gotten into some weird stuff with conspiracy theories and astrology, but it's okay. Like I said, we accept him anyway, pretty much, But a really, really cool guy. And also Alfredo Esparza, who's like one of my best friends, and he runs luchaworld.com. And he's a super smart person when it comes to. He also runs retrowrestling.net. Super smart person when it comes to historical wrestling and lucha, and we have a great amount of fun on a. And in 2019, it had to be our personalities because the lucha scene wasn't doing too hot for the most part that year, but we still did our best. There was a couple of great matches. Don't get me wrong, I'm not completely bearing anything, but it wasn't the best year, I would say. So check those shows out if you want to hear more of me. If you look for me, I'm very easy to find when it comes to these things. I never hold back. I always make a crazy amount of podcasts for your listening pleasure. So hopefully everybody checks those out. Just give us a listen, especially some of the bigger shows we do, like the Wrestle Kingdom one or the award shows. Those are the ones you can really check out because they really grasp everything, sort of. Just like this one was, the STARDOM show that we did, James. Yeah. I think that really grasped the whole year, but Most of all, I really got to thank you and shout you out for wanting me on, and Sierra, of course, for suggesting me to you. I think that's like a really cool thing, and I was really glad to do it. I think this has turned out even better than I thought it would. So I really look forward to having it to being on again, and maybe I'll get you on one of my shows if you got some free time.
Yeah, I can do it, no problem.
Awesome, man! I can't wait for that. I really loved what you brought to the table as well, and I thought we had a hell of a conversation about it. So really, thank you so much, man.
Definitely, no problem. So that's the end of the show. Be sure to rate us on whatever app you're using to listen to this. Tell the folks about the Social Suplex Podcast Network. Be sure to check out our friends at powerslam.tv, the sponsor of the show. If you're a fan of independent pro wrestling, they have over 5,000 hours of footage from all over the world. You can use the code Social Suplex to get your free month's trial. Don't forget to check out ProWrestlingTees.com/Social Suplex and pick up some official Social Suplex Podcast Network merchandise. Also, check out the other shows on Social Suplex Podcast Network. On Sundays, we have this show, normally One Nation Radio. On Tuesdays, we have Keepin It Strong Style. On Wednesdays, we have the Ricky and Clive Wrestling Podcast. And on every other Wednesday, we have Roman Watch This Shit. On Thursdays, we have Get in the Ring. And on Saturdays, we have All Things Elite. Thanks for listening. Later.